It is the realization of a childhood dream and a triumphant return to Test match cricket after a 10-month absence for Justin Greaves.
Justin Greaves in at number 6, made his Test match debut earlier this year in Australia. That 33 came in a winning cause in Brisbane when the West Indies won that historic Test match against Australia. And many people overlook his contributions in that Test. It's obviously Shamar Joseph stealing the show. And comes in on the back of 3 consecutive 500s, in the Super 50 competition.
And that's the downfall of Louis. Heading for mid-wicket, getting the outside edge on a smart catch taken. He'll be very, very disappointed with that.
I'm shocked, to be honest, Courtney, and I just wonder what went through his mind. Was it the change of ends for Mahedi, thinking if he can hit now with the spin, it's hitting with the wind, as opposed to before where it was hitting into the wind, and he was so good at not giving in to that temptation. But probably a build-up of a number of things. And he was still able to score against Mahedi before that. 20 runs off 30 balls against him without taking any risks. So that really came out of nowhere.
Yeah, he played pretty well. That was a century given away, one could say. Now Justin Greaves will have to get a start over, give Athene some support. But when you see a young man played so well, he did everything perfect this morning. Left alone quite well, went through the sticky period. And when you get, after you've done such hard work, you need to give yourself a reward by scoring 100. And he gave it away.
Many at this stadium watching on television around the globe will be heartbroken. Not Bangladesh though. A test now for these next 15 overs for the West Indies and Greaves to get through. 226 for 4. Taijul. And as much as we question the shot from Louis, Courtney, we have to give credit to Bangladesh because he really had to work hard for those last 11 runs, which took 30 balls to come in. Didn't have much of the strike, Athena's did, but when he did get the strike, they made it difficult by being disciplined.
Yeah, you have to give them credit. The attack has been pretty disciplined all day. I mean, when you look back at the score, 226 for 4 in 75 overs. The bowlers have been pretty disciplined. They had a couple of lapses in the field, but the fielding hasn't been that bad either. So you have to give them credit for sticking it out and fighting all the way. But one thing I can assure you, Louis will be a very, very disappointed man at the moment. Athanaze is now into the 90s. Most people call it the nervous 90s. It seems that way with Louis. Hope it's not the same for Athanaze. Oh, it was a very good partnership and just unfortunate. And I know there's a lot of disappointed Caribbean personnel who were hoping that Louis would have got his maiden test done today. that wasn't the case. But they'll be cheering on Athanaze and hoping that he can get to 3 figures.
And when he got that 92 against South Africa, he swept his way to the 90s and continued to sweep in the 90s, and it was to his detriment. But today he's done it again successfully. So will he continue to play that way? Obviously wanting that 100. Wells, they ready up a short leg fielder or a fielder in front the back. I think when Bish and Samuel Badger were on earlier, Bish was talking about the mindset of Alec Athanaze. He said after the England series, he wants to transition his thinking from getting big runs to getting through the mentally tough periods. That's what he felt has been letting him down. Once it's gotten tough in his mind, he felt he would lose his wicket, and he did that today. Can he do it for a little longer to get the 3 figures and get to the end of the day? 227 for 4.
Mahedi to continue. Athanaze on strike. Good disciplined bowling still by Mahedi. This will be another good test for Athanaze as well. He has seen what has happened to Louis, and I'm sure he would want to not make the same mistake.
Good anticipation by Deepu to come around there standing at slip, anticipating the reverse.
The question is, was that a chance?
Was it a chance? No, it wasn't. With the spinners going well, and obviously the pacers, Mahmood, who we just saw, having a big workload today, in 3 overs time, that second new ball is available. What is Bangladesh's stance on it, given that this ball is still relatively new, not new, but still swinging? Get back to it in the next over. 227 for 4. Leave it off in place, just to put some pressure on Justin Greaves. And clearly off the under edge and into the ground. And Courtney, give us some insight into your thought process on a day like today, when you were captain, where your seamers have had a big, heavy workload. You also are looking to take wickets and your spinners aren't doing badly. What's the thought process and decision making?
Well, the first thing depends on the state of the ball, if it's still doing a little bit. And if there's any reverse swing, then you might want to continue with the old ball. So tomorrow when the bowlers come out, they're fresh with the new ball. If nothing is happening with the ball, then you might be tempted to say, well, okay, I'm going to give them 2 overs each other with the new ball. So you got to be thinking along those lines. And then if there's any support from the pitch, we have seen today that it has flattened out a little bit. There was a little bit of turn, not as much at the back end that we probably saw earlier.
Bangladesh have gotten another West Indian batter in the 90s and dismissed. How quickly this game of cricket and test cricket can change. Another 50 for Athenaeus and no 100.
And you could call it a soft dismissal when you look back at it. In the 90s, you want to press on and get your 100. Another 100, I think, given away. But credit to Bangladesh for maintaining the pressure, keeping on the pressure. Went for a little fine sweep, got the top edge. A very easy, simple catch by Litton. He's happy. He's put his name in the books. Had a catch put down earlier. Athenaeus will be very disappointed, but he's got to go. He's made 90. It's 2:28 for 5.
All of a sudden, 2 wickets for 4 runs. Joshua De Silva walks in, vice captain of this West Indies team. He too, only 1 test 100. All of a sudden, Bangladesh with a big finish in these next 12 overs. This could be their day.
It will be a testing time for these 2 new batters. They've got to start afresh. And Tijul will not make it any easier for them. Well, here's the wicket of Athenaeus going for the fine sweep. Top edge. And wicketkeeper Daz made no mistake. And that again, Nikhil, look as if it might have just carried the bat pad. It's 2:28 for 5.
Pressure on the West Indies. Last ball of the last over. Almost, not half, quarter chance. Nicely played by Greaves with fielders around the bat and Bangladesh on the attack. There will be opportunities to score.
A little bit of football skill came into play, and if that had gone back to hand from feet, would have been saying spectacular. But can't call it a chance as it didn't went to hand. There's a little extra step in the Bangladeshi bowler's tail now. And that's what wicket does for you.
Both these teams, it's happened a number of times this year, actually probably more for Bangladesh, but a number of times they've been in commanding positions, dominating teams, and have let the opposition back in. First test in Port of Spain against South Africa was the perfect example, where Louis and Brathwaite had built a partnership. A run out opened the game up for the South African bowlers, and the rest was history. So it's still a work in progress for the West Indies, batting especially. I wonder how you develop that skill. Get back to it. 230 for 5. Courtney, talk to me about that. With your experience, I think about guys like Joe Root and best in the world. When they are in a commanding position, they find a way not only to get a big score, but make sure they take the game as deep as possible. How do we, as we see the academy here, how do we develop that skill in our young batters?
It has to be done. I mean, you go back, you call Joe Root or Brian Lara or Viv Richards back in the days, Sir Gordon Greenwich. When you get in, single there for the silver, and you're on top of your position, you want to make a mark, but you also want to make sure you get your team in the comfort zone, and you get a little bit selfish by wanting to get a big score for yourself. Both Louis and Anthony had good starts, and they sort of getting out in the 90s would put pressure on the youngsters, but you've got to seize the opportunities. And that's where you hear people talk about experience. Now, they've got Jimmy Adams as the batting coach in, so he's got to be helping them to get over that hurdle, and I'm sure he's doing the best he can. But sometimes you need like a mentor who they can sort of call upon as well. And as you say, Ian Bishop is your mentor, so maybe he might be the man. There is Jimmy Adams. I know he's going to be very disappointed with those two batters getting into the 90s and getting out. Normally when he gets there, he doesn't give it away, so.
Attacking option, and again, observing opportunities to score with the field up and close. Good from Greaves, 235 for 5. With 10 overs to go in the day, Mahedi and Bangladesh are on the attack. They've opted to take that second new ball. Shoriful should be quite fresh. It's been a while since he's bowled. And then Hassan Mahmood bowled a couple spells after T. Short spells, 1 over and then 3 overs. Here's Jimmy Adams. Brian Lara was with, you speak about that mentor, Brian Lara was with them in Australia helping, and he obviously is the batting coach. Has to be a mental thing, Courtney, because only the 100 this year, Kevin Hodge. Been hard to come by. And converting those 50s into big hundreds. But all eyes and attention on this second new ball and how De Silva and Greaves, new to the crease, can negate the threat. Well, there will be swing Harder ball also means more opportunity to score.
And this is where the test cricket can be very testing, because he's had a beautiful morning session, Mahmood, but now is when the legs might be a little bit tired. That was a genuine loosener. And that's one thing you want to try and guard your young bowlers against in test cricket, or in any cricket, so to speak. Don't release the pressure with the loosener. Once the captain wants you to come back to bowl, you have to be ready. Maybe you got the information late. Let's see how we responded, but you don't want to be giving away those looseners.
Interesting that Mahedi, who was bowling well himself, had just gotten Athena's Taijul Islam, also got a wicket. They strung together about 5 really good overs, testing overs, the 2 spinners, but maybe sense a chance here with the new ball going into the end of the day. Three scoring shots against this new ball. 10 runs in 3 balls for the silver.
Wide again, and he just opened the face on it. Intention. And with the ball being new, travel very, very quick on the outfield. So 4 more to the silver. 4 more to the West Indies.
Deep point instituted now, 1 less slip.
Not 100% sure I would have taken a new ball now based on the amount of overs the seamers bowled this morning. 3 overs apiece would have been my thought, but captain had other ideas. As you mentioned earlier as well, Nikhil, both spinners were bowling pretty well and had things under control. So even if you wanted to try some seam at them, you could have given them 2 overs with the new ball, with the whole ball, to see how it happens. That would loosen them up as well. Keep a spinner from one end, and then for the last 6 overs, you take the new ball.
Might have been a scramble into the right-hander. And there's Shariful, who we haven't seen for about 20 overs, so he could likely be the option to take up the bowling from this Sir Curtly Ambrose. And now that the new ball has been taken, no real wind now, subtle breeze, but has got prodigious movement in from this end. To be honest, his last spell that he bowled the 61st over, he was still getting the ball to shape in. So they did well to take care of that ball, the first one at least. 246 for 5.
Towards you. That's amazing.
Shariful from Sir Andy Roberts' end. New ball in hand. And it's an area that has troubled Joshua Da Silva in the past. That delivery that comes back into him. He has found his front foot in the line of the delivery. He's gotten LBW quite a few times. So what he's done in the recent past is try to open up that front foot a little bit so that there is a free flow of the bat coming down. So it's an issue that he has been working to remedy. Secretly, Ambrose, we were sitting in the next room looking on, quite perplexed at the, not necessarily the dismissal, but the manner of the dismissals from the two young West Indians. Michael Louis firstly running down the track, and then Alec Athanaze. They don't call it nervous 90s for nothing, do they? Yeah, he'll be very disappointed in the dismissal. Down the track, outside edge and well caught. Mahedi himself dropped him a little bit earlier in the innings, but he wasn't able to convert. Yeah, that's the closest he got to the ball down the track today, and it just shows the anxiousness and the nervousness of being in that position. 3 shy of a maiden Test match 100, the first player from St. Kitts to represent the West Indies secretly. Excellent knock, but very disappointing end.
When he reflects on that dismissal, he would readily know that he missed a golden opportunity to register his first Test century. Always a special milestone. I've heard great players talk about that. Some would say a rush of blood.
I wonder how he'll go to bed tonight, Michael Louis. He has some company though in Alec Athanaze. So perhaps they'll sit together on their way back to the hotel. 2:46 for 5. It has gotten a little bit dark out in the middle. West Indian batters looking around, perhaps to just signal to the umpire the issue regarding the illumination. The lighting towers are on here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. As the sun sets, there is some cloud towards the western side, which is also adding to a little bit of darkness out in the middle. Little discussion from the umpires during the over break. Still have a few overs left in the day's play though, 8 of them. Hassan Mahmood continues from the Secretly Ambrose end. When you look at the day's play secretly, for much of it, the West Indies was scoring at just above 2 runs and over. It was in this session where that scoring rate increased quite dramatically, closer to 3 now. And just when they were getting into a position of real dominance with those two and that magnificent partnership, they both fell in quick succession. So at this stage, is there a parity in terms of who has power?
those two quick wickets of Michael Louis and Alec Athanaze certainly brought Bangladesh back into the game. They took 2 early wickets in that morning session, Bangladesh. Then they got 1 in the second session. And since then, they toiled all the way. It was all West Indies. And then 2 quick wickets. Beautifully bowled. What a delivery. So Bangladesh has clawed their way back into this game. So at this point, I would say it's even Stevens, really.
One wicket though. One more wicket would tilt it in the favor of Bangladesh. It's a tricky little period here for a batter. You know that it's close to the end of the day's play, so you're thinking survival. And just sometimes you put yourself in a shell and you make an unforced error. Just sharing some information, you can see from the gesture there from Justin Greaves that the ball is angling back in to the right-hander. What a Super 50 tournament he had. Just a few games, had to leave the Leeward Islands Hurricanes early because of red ball duties. Justin Greaves, over 400 runs. Advancing down the wicket to negate any swing and movement. Joshua De Silva. And of course the aforementioned 3 consecutive listy centuries for Justin Greaves in the first 3 matches of this year's Super 50 Cup. What a statement that was from him. He has some protection down there. Saw him coming and looked to fire one in, perhaps at the leg stump. Single to end, 248 for 5. Yeah, the light meter has made its way out to the middle. Umpires having a quick check. Mentioned a little bit earlier that it's gotten dark quite quickly in the last 2 overs or so. The batters would be, I suppose, happy if play ends at this stage, because it's always a difficult period to negotiate. Just a couple overs before the close of play, you want to make sure that you have your wicket intact for the next day. Just checking on both sides. Seems as though that they're happy with the quality of illumination at the moment. And so it's spin from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
I'm just wondering if because of the light, why there's a spinner in the attack. You know, sometimes when there's a question about the lights, umpires prefer to see a spinner on rather than a fast bowler. So is this the case?
Yes, it is. We had confirmation from the third umpire that it is suggested that the spinners be utilized. Going down the leg side, I think. So to Kumar Dharmasena, is there a thought of a review from Bangladesh? They're thinking about it. Yeah, a little bit too late now. I suppose ended well for Bangladesh. Looked to be sliding down the leg side.
Beautifully bowled. And they've gone up for review for stumping.
Stevie, umpire to director. We have an umpire review for stumping. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Show me the side and angle, please. Side and angle, please. Side and angles. I don't need that side and angle. Yes. Foot is grounded. Let's keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yeah, foot is grounded. When the bails are off, I'm ready to make my decision.
Yeah, confirmation that it's not out. His foot was firmly grounded. But the delivery before slid on with the arm, crashed into the pad, and then that one gripped and beat the outside edge. And that's what you get from Tijul. Generally very accurate, and he gets that natural variation. So you're not entirely sure if the ball is turning or if it's not. It has to be careful. Justin Greaves. Just a reminder of Bangladesh on their first innings, the last two times they were here in 2018, 43 all out and 103 all out in 2022. I just wonder how significant this 250 that the West Indies have now gone to will be. And they're going down the leg. 250 for 5. Yeah, it seems as though that the umpires have decided that the light isn't good enough for play to continue, and so they've called the day's proceedings. And there's also a little bit of drizzle, as you can see there in the background. And we've had 84 overs on day one of the first test. And West Indies will close on 250 for 5. Mahdi Hassan Miraz won the toss earlier today, opted to bowl first. And they met with some stern defense early up in the first hour. And then in the second hour, in session 1, they picked up those 2 quick wickets. Second session belonged to the West Indies, and you can argue so too the third. 134 runs scored, but they lost their 2 very well set batters.
Yeah, we did have 4 overs yesterday with that new ball before a slight drizzle came in and some bad light ended play. Joshua De Silva did get a start. It's been hard to come by for him, the runs that is, a couple of 50s this year, but his other scores have been in single digits. And Justin Greaves, very early in his test sojourn, also seeing off that new ball and being able to score against Taijul Islam, that 1 boundary in his 5th innings. And Hassan Mahmood put in 18 overs yesterday. Yeah, started from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. In his first spell throughout the day, transition to the Sir Andy Robertson, where he might better be suited with that strong easterly breeze coming across, but opting to go back to this Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Not many people in the world have an end named after them. It's an honor to have the great man alongside. Good morning.
Good morning, Dickel. Hello, everyone. It's a blistering day here at North Sound in Antigua. As players are all ready to go.
May have just brushed the pad on the way through, but hint of that early movement. Ball is only 4 overs old, but also a very strong easterly breeze taking the ball into Justin Greaves. They're thinking about it. The heady captain. Time has elapsed.
Well, that's an early wake-up call for the umpire, Nickel. Just rushing the strap of the pad. Can't fault the feelers for appealing. There certainly was a sound.
Nice timing. First delivery was the scramble seam that came into Greaves. That one looked to be the seam up that went away. Yeah, just brushing the pads.
The flags are fluttering in the breeze.
A nice end to day one with this partnership, which is now 25. And it was really a credit for the West Indies that they were able to put in the time and grind in the first 2 sessions. Mika Louis obviously led the way. It was well supported by Alec Athenaeus in a bit more aggressive approach, but hovered around 2 runs and over for the first 2 sessions, and then the last 30 overs yesterday after tea, they were able to get 130 runs and score at 4.5 runs per over.
Umpire Nathan Menon. 28 test matches for him at the moment. And then, of course, the highly experienced Kuma Damasina. 86th test match for him.
That's the ball that's given him trouble, the one coming into the silver. Great use of the seam from Hassan Mahmood and skill. He has reviewed it. No bat involved. He's on his toes there, De Silva. He'll be hoping that because it's hit him above the knee roll and it's a harder new ball that is going over the stumps.
Anxious wait for De Silva, West Indies wicket keeper. And that's confirmation. The finger goes up and De Silva has to go. Not the start. He's not a happy man. But once that dreaded finger is raised, you have to go. He's gone for 14, 253 for 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, the West Indies have lost their 6th wicket. Gone for the silver, Eben LBW to Hassan Mahmood. The West Indies 253 for 6.
Couldn't have asked for a better start, Bangladesh, early on day 2. Alzari Joseph, very capable with bat in hand. Got that 86 against New Zealand back in 2020 in Hamilton. A couple of months later, got 82 in Mirpur against this Bangladesh team in Feb 2021. Wicket in the over. They're off and running, Bangladesh, 253 for 6. Early setback for the West Indies. 300 plus totals have been a challenge for this batting lineup. Yeah, I was just wondering if he was wide of the crease there, Mahmood. Didn't look too wide, but it's a tactic that teams, and England especially earlier this year, have used against Joshua De Silva, where they've been wide. Mark Wood, I remember in England, very wide of the crease, with that scramble seam delivery that comes back into De Silva, targeting leg stump and the pads. I think Gus Atkinson did him a few times as well in that series, and disappointment. No review lost, of course, because it was umpire's call. Taskin Ahmed, couple wickets yesterday. Front end of a good length, both Brathwaite and Casey Carty did bowl the short ball at times, but with this new ball, we want to be full, bringing those 4 slips into play.
Tucked away to backward square for easy 2. He's in good form, Justin Greaves. Had a wonderful regional Super 50. Over 400 runs, and of course 3 back-to-back-to-back centuries. Never been done before. There are a couple of other guys have scored 3 centuries in that particular tournament, but never back-to-back-to-back. And I'm quite sure he would like to transform that form into this test match and get himself a decent total, not only for himself but for his team.
The first slip coming out. After that, tuck into the leg side. So, well, they've now shifted. So third slip is out, 2 slips and a wide gully.
Still a decent surface, Nickel. Had a good look at it earlier today and still have a bit of moisture in it. It's not very quick, but there's some moisture. Still see movement. Good covering of grass. It's a good cricket surface up to this point. Very, very refreshing to see. And why I said it's a good cricket surface is that there is help for both pace and spin, as we've seen yesterday. But if the batters apply themselves, they can score runs. And that, to me, is a good cricket pitch.
Application, and Louis said it yesterday after the day's play. He felt first hour and a half or so there was a spongy type bounce. It was on the slower side, and once they were able to get past that, it started to come on a lot better. And we saw the evidence in the third session where the West Indies scored. Misfield, so valuable runs. Every run now into the lower order is very valuable for the West Indies. 257 for 6. Hassan Mahmood starting with a wicket. Worked hard yesterday throughout the 3 sessions. Nicely played. And great sound off the bat. And just gets into the boundary.
Going for gold, Mahmood, but drifted into leg stump. And Joseph played it very well. He runs away and trickled into the boundary.
He really bats himself as an all-rounder. Joseph constantly in the white ball West Indies teams, constantly having discussions, him and Matthew Ford arguing about who is the better batter and all-rounder. Well taken. Hassan Mahmood again. Bangladesh again. What a start to day 2 this has been.
Good delivery. Pitched on a good length. Bounced a bit. And Alexander Joseph looking at the edge of his bat. Good shape, trying to play it on the onside. And that was a great catch by Zakir. Jubilation for Mahmood. Despair for Alexander Joseph. He's gone for 4. West Indies 261 for 7.
The 7th wicket, that of Alexander Joseph going for 4. Caught off bowling of Hassan Mahmood. West Indies 261 for 7. number 9 for the West Indies, Roach.
Roach. Justin Greaves just told him that ball just held up massively. Just heard that through the stump mic. So definitely will take some time to acclimatize, and in the past he's been stubborn against opposition bowling lineups. He's made them work hard. We'll need some of that application this morning.
Beautifully bowled. What a good delivery to the new batter. And this was the dismissal. Good delivery, good length, bounced a bit. And look at that for a catch. Very, very well done. Good cricket all around from Bangladesh. What a start for them. 2 quick wickets. And suddenly the West Indies are under pressure. Only Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals to come. Roach, the man on screen, can stick around for a while. He's not one of those batters who's going to try and take you apart, but he can stick around.
And what we've seen in 2 deliveries today, folks, is why Hassan Mahmood has been Bangladesh's most prolific seamer this year. First wicket, using the scramble seam delivery to attack the pads and stumps of De Silva, and then the conventional seam up going away from Joseph. He has been so good with the seam position this year and outfoxing the very best batters in the world. He really has been part of this fast bowling revelation that we've seen in 2024 from this team. Probably the leader of the revelation. This could be another one. Milton Menon says no. Is it doing enough? Is it doing too much and missing leg stump? Mahedi is confident. We'll have a look again.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Donfield decision is not out. I have checked the feed. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Yeah, appears to be no bat involved. Can we confirm with ultra-edge, please? Yes, keep rolling, flat line, and there is a gap between bat and ball. Roll it up to the pad, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Go for ball tracking when ready, please. Waiting for the ball tracking, Nitin. It's coming up now. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wicket, umpire's call. Stay with your original decision. Stand by.
Not out.
You're on screen.
One umpire's
Please,
call
thank you.
going against the West Indies, one helping them. But the skill of Hassan Mahmood on show. Another menacing over. Bangladesh have started this morning really well.
I'm quite sure that part of the discussion this morning or even last night, if they did have a meeting, was to try and get some quick wickets this morning. Dragged back quite a bit as well. They all went up, but to no avail in the end. Umpire's call. Well, Nickel, we won't talk about the umpire's call because you know how I feel about that, right? My good friend Ian Bishop and I had many discussions about it. He's trying to explain to me how it works. But since I'm a little bit slower than most people, I still haven't grasped the idea of how it works. But to be frank, I don't want to know.
I wonder if it was in the game when you were playing, if it would cause jubilation or despair for you, because you're a tall guy and you would get a lot of bounce. So maybe sometimes a lot of those wickets that you were given would be going over the stumps or clipping.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, Nikhil, because I was going to say the opposite of that. I suffered a lot because of my height. Umpires kept telling me, oh, you're tall, the bounce is going to go over, even though the balls are keeping low. I would have taken 600 wickets, to be honest.
.405 test wickets, and you still want more. Some people like me don't even have one.
No, but I do like the technology. You know, it makes the game a lot fairer because umpires only got 1 or 2 seconds to make a decision. We have the benefit of the replays. And to be honest, most of the times we're not sure ourselves until we see the replay. It's a tough job being an umpire. So the technology really helps.
Nicely played. And in this new role for Justin Greaves, one thing that Jason Holder has done for a number of years, batting at 6 and 7 for the West Indies, has been marshalling the low order. And it's a skill, something we've seen Shivnarine Chanapal do over the years and many others, but it's a skill to know how much you can trust certain batters, how much you need to foster the strike, and obviously try to score as well and push on the game. But if I know Roach and the two to come, both Seals and Joseph, so currently they'll want as much strike as possible.
.264 for 7 at this time. Not what the West Indies would have wanted, losing 2 early wickets. But the flip side to it is Bangladesh are quite happy to have done so. I would love to dismiss the remaining 3 batters as quickly as possible and get out of this hot sun.
Coming off the pad, but is 4 runs and 4 more runs to the tally. 268 for 7. Partnerships for the West Indies yesterday. be hoping that Justin Greaves can do the majority of the scoring, but can be well supported. Fast bowlers deserve a raise. All bowlers, really. Mahmood. Last night, so currently watched Mitchell Stark, Nathan Lyon, Hazelwood battle their way in the hot sun after bowling and doing their job to try to get Australia to a position. Then had to come back and bowl again, and now today again. Bowlers having to do their job.
I've been in that position many times before, representing the West Indies. And you wouldn't know, but my good friend Bish would. I was never happy. And I talked about it in a very kind way. Nobody's never easy. You know, as bowlers, you bowl teams out pretty cheaply. You expect to at least get probably 2 days off to put your feet up, energized yourself for the second time around, only to be back in the field the very next day. It's always an uncomfortable position to be in. But, and that's part and parcel of the game. It happens. We as bowlers never liked it, but got to get on with the job. Beautifully bowled. Where did that come from? What a delivery. You will notice it was angled in towards Justin Greaves. Look at the seam presentation and then left him. That was beautifully bowled.
Mahmood and this bowling attack will be well aware of this position that Bangladesh are in and how important it is to be clinical. Couple of times earlier this year, think back to Sri Lanka at the beginning of the year, Andre Adams, their center screen on the left, bowling coach. They had Sri Lanka in all sorts of trouble in Sylhet earlier this year. Allowed them to get back into the game with their low order. 57 for 5 allowed them to get to 280. India 144 for 6 and they scored 376. Just touch, delicate touch involved. Slowish outfield, but Greaves gets value for that shot.
He is a player in form. Just a little punch, all timing. And even though the outfield is a little bit sluggish, had enough on it to take it to the boundary ropes. He is looking good, Justin Greaves.
Takes a single, so will retain strike. Nice management from Greaves, 273 for 7. Taskin Ahmed starting proceedings today. Shoreful Islam, who began from that end with the new ball yesterday. Haven't seen him just yet, the left arm seamer. Maybe will replace Mahmood from this end, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, where he bowled well from, using the wind. But just building on that point in the last over, Andrew Adams will be motivated for his bowling attack to be a lot more clinical. Was very animated in discussions earlier this morning before play. Using the wind and different seam positions. Sometimes they went cross-seamed yesterday, Bangladesh. We'll see more seam up now with this newer ball. I have a bit of insight for you, Sir Curtly. Did you know that both bowling coaches, Andre Adams, James Franklin, who's standing in for Sean Tate in this series, both bowling coaches from New Zealand, both played for New Zealand at the same time. A few games, 8 ODIs together, Franklin and Adams, and a couple T20Is, 16 years ago.
So one could say they're both looking for a little bit of a bragging rights to see who comes out on top.
He's been with the white ball teams last year and a half or so. Now this will be a different challenge for him. But very small world. Two guys both played with each other almost 20 years ago and now find themselves battling in a series as coaches.
Strange things happen. I retired from international cricket 24 years ago. You weren't even born, Nickel. And here we are, commentating together. Funny world, huh?
Nice, nice. We saw that short ball yesterday at times. And just to show you how funny the world really is, not only is there all that history with Andre Adams, he also has West Indian roots, Guyanese and Vincentian parents. The world gets crazier.
Interesting. Guyanese and St. Vincent parents. And lives in New Zealand. A long way from the Caribbean. Strange, huh?
Need to find out what made his parents move from the Caribbean all the way to New Zealand. They bypassed the entire United States, the United Kingdom. I'll do my research and get back to you, Sir Curtly. I know you always have me doing the hard yards in the sun.
Well, of course. You're a young man, very passionate with what you do. So I can always count on you to dig up some stats and get me information. You got to look after the old man, Nickel.
Partnership building nicely. 274 for 7.
Couple wickets falling early this morning on day 2. West Indies started 250 for 5. They've added 24 runs. It's been a really good start for Hassan Mahmood. The length, the pace that he's bowling with, and his general control has been exemplary. Continues from the Secretly Ambrose end. Ever so often, though, he just strays down the leg side. But when he gets it right, creates some problems for the batters. Alongside me, Atta Ali Khan. Good morning, Atta. Early wickets is what they were after. Early wickets is what they got.
And he's not even in the attack. Shoriful Islam. Morning, Samuel Badri. Morning, all. It has turning out to be a good morning for Bangladesh. Exactly what they would have discussed. And they produced 2 wicket-taking deliveries. They need to pick more.
As we suspected, there still is some assistance in the surface. Remember, this ball is the second new ball, so it's still relatively hard and firm just into the 11th over. But it's a high skill level from Hassan Mahmood. What a start he's had in Test match cricket. 5th opposition he's playing against in only 8 Test matches. But he's shown that proclivity for taking big wickets. Roach has shown the stickability, the ability to bat time and to just stay out there with more established batters in the past. He's one of those who doesn't really think about scoring, but just surviving. He wouldn't really give his wicket away. That's what you want to see from your lower order, that fight. And because as a bowler, he'll know that it's difficult at times to prize the opposition out. So you don't want to be giving any wicket away.
Yeah, he's been exceptional. He's been a revelation, Hassan Mahmood. But the thing that you've pointed out, Samuel Badri, is at times you've seen not just only him, but the rest of the Bangladesh seamers going down the leg side. That needs to improve. And if they can improve that, they'll probably trouble the batters even more on a surface which has been very good for seamers, especially with the new ball.
Directed but easily in came a Roach. Just want to make absolutely sure.
TV umpire to director, we have a review, umpire review for run out at bowler's end. Can you show me the side on angle, please? Yeah, bat is grounded before the bails are off. I'm ready to make my decision.
Yeah, comfortably in. Just trying to make absolutely sure, which is all good. A good bit of fielding though. Substitute fielder in. Bullseye. Something that we've spoken about in the lead up to this test match is the frailty of the batting lineups, both teams really. We'll discuss that a little bit further. 276 for 7. Yeah, that third column there, the wickets column, 2 of them falling quite quickly this morning, something that the West Indies didn't want. Their two set batters fell late yesterday afternoon. And so the last recognized batter in Justin Greaves, he has a lot of work to do with the bowlers now. Only twice in 2024. And that's the first one. Joshua De Silva, not for the first time, dismissed in that manner. And then Alzari Joseph, one that bounced on him. 13 times in his test match career, Joshua De Silva has been dismissed LBW. It's something that teams look to target, that front pad. Mahmood with a couple, Taskin with two early yesterday, Tijul and Mehdi with one apiece. And now we'll see Tijul into the attack from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
TJ.
On target, he'll be looking to bowl wicket to wicket generally. Mentioned a little bit earlier, only twice in 2024 has the West Indies managed to score over 300 in their first innings in Test match cricket. Not too far off the mark here. But given what you've seen from this surface, how does this score at this stage look?
I think these are important runs on the board because it's not been easy for the batters to score freely. And if they do get past 300 or 350, it'll be a very challenging first innings total. Remember, you mentioned it earlier. Problems in the batting for both the teams. Lichun Kumar Das behind the stumps will probably need to be at his best. As once he gets going, once he gets set, we'll have to wait and see what number he bats, because there's no Mushfiqur Rahim, probably in the middle order. The problem is the top order. How do they cope up with the seamers? Yep, but you got to hit it to the West Indian batters. Yes, Nosh, Nazmul and Shanto, the skipper. A second grade tier. Shakib Al Hassan not available. Few senior cricketers missing out. So it has been a good effort from the batters, especially on the surface where there is quite a lot for the seamers and even for spinners.
A new dispensation of Bangladesh batters getting opportunities in this test series. 278 for 7.
Just look at this squad, this 11 playing 11 for Bangladesh, and have a look at those averages. Momin ul Haq, yes, he's gone past 4,000 runs. He's averaging just above 37. So it's a relatively young team, inexperienced team. But it's about time. It's about time the likes of Mahmudul Hassan Joy, Zakir Hassan, to make an impact with the bat. Shahadat Hussain Deepu also coming back in. Yeah, they would rely on players like Mominul Haq, Lichun Kumar Das and Mehdi and Miraj. But it's time to fill in the big boots. They have an opportunity. We always say that, yeah, we're missing the services of senior campaigners. They're not going to play forever. Great opportunity for the youngsters to make an impact.
Yeah, not dissimilar to the West Indies in terms of their makeup. Lots of inexperience in their batting lineup. This man on screen, for instance, just a couple test matches under his belt. Made his debut earlier this year in Australia, but on the back of a splendid regional listed tournament. So in the infancy of their careers, as you so rightly mentioned, and will be looking to forge a long career at the highest level. Excellent delivery. Taskin replacing Hassan from this end, the Circuit Lee Ambrose end. Operated on the opposite end previously. And that's the area he wants to be. Just angling in and holding its line. The batter has to play.
Yeah, when we saw Hassan Mahmood given an opportunity to bowl the very first over, we had a little bit of discussion off air. Myself, you, Courtney Walsh, and we all thought that perhaps a better choice would have been someone like Shariful Islam. But Hassan Mahmood proved us wrong by picking up those 2 wickets. Still no signs of Shariful Islam. I thought he was the pick of the bowler. Yes, Taskin Ahmed among the wickets. But once he's bowled from this end, from Sir Curtly Ambrose end, Shariful Islam looked very good. I have to wait and see when he will be introduced. They've already introduced spin from the other end, from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And they brought back Taskin Ahmed from this end. There you go.
Yeah, I was always saying Hassan Mahmood should start from this end, Arthur.
Yeah, after he took those wickets.
Yeah, just to go back to that earlier point, it's the first time in a series that they don't have the services of those 3 players who served Bangladesh cricket with distinction for a long time, Shakib, Mushfiqur, and Tamim Iqbal. At least one of them has featured in a series before. This time, though, for the first time, neither of them is in the squad.
Yeah, I think Mushfiqur Rahim makes such a big impact, especially in the longest format of the game. Certainly will be missing his services and the rest of them.
Opportunities for others, like you mentioned, 278 for 7. Second time against Bangladesh, 2 West Indian batters falling in the 90s. And Nkrumah Bonner and Joshua De Silva, previously 90 and 92 respectively. This time around, Mikael Louis and Alec Arthanes. Couple injuries for those aforementioned players, Arthur.
Yeah, that happened during that series against Afghanistan recently, played in Sharjah. Nazim Hussain Shantu, the skipper, injured. Second grade tear, groin. Mushfiqur Rahim fractured the finger.
Yeah, just a little bit of spin got the better of him in the deep. Look at the reaction from Tijol. Wanted a better effort. He's hitting into the wind. And that's precisely what he's saying there. I think that he needs to be off the boundary because the ball won't travel as far in that direction. There's a healthy wind factor today. Couldn't do much about that one in terms of the catch because of where he was positioned.
Ball TJ.
Well watched in the end by Roach. 280 for 7. A little bit too short, but there was some turn. Something that would enthuse Mahdi Hassan, Miraz, and Tijol. No spinners, no frontline spinners for the West Indies, remember. Yeah, I mentioned batters dismissed in the 90s for the West Indies. We go back to 1935, Seeley and Constantine. And then there are other very famous names on that list. Michael Louis and Athenes, well, their names emblazon that list now as well. Gordon Greenidge was out in the 90s in both innings of a test match twice. In 1977 versus Pakistan in Georgetown, Gordon Greenidge made 91 and 96. And then in 1980 against New Zealand, 91 and 97. 50th anniversary of his debut along with Sir Viv yesterday, 1974. 93 and a century he scored on debut in Bangalore. Wonderful career he's had. Stalwart of West Indies cricket. After Ali Khan, I don't think that Alec Athenes and Mikaelu will feel too bad, given the fact that someone like Gordon Greenidge was dismissed twice in the 90s in the same test. Twice.
I think more important for them is to feel a little bit more disappointed to get into the 90s and not converting and getting past the 3-figure mark. Well, they will be disappointed, but they're in the elite company for sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, wonderful company indeed. I just wonder how those two young men slept last night, knowing that they were that close to something special. In the case of Mikael Louis, the first man from St. Kitts to play Test match cricket for the West Indies. And Alec Athenes, who got dismissed for 92 a little bit earlier this year against South Africa. Mikael Louis said something quite noteworthy at the close of play yesterday in an interview about that self-doubt and that breakthrough performance that gives you the sense of belongingness. Now that he's gotten that close, he feels more at home and more at ease in this setup at the international level. through the gap. Will not get to the boundary. Soft hands from Kemar Roach. Just for the silver, I mentioned a little bit earlier, got dismissed LBW via that LBW route on 13 previous occasions, and this is his dismissal types in the last 3 years. So bowlers generally target the stumps, target his pads when he is on strike. And you can see there 6 times he's been dismissed against seam with that ball on that line. Overall, 21 times either bowled or LBW in his test match career. Something that he will reflect on and I'm sure try to remedy. Roach wants 2.
I just feel if you have that kind of a struggle when the ball is on stumps, you got to change the technique. Just need to wait and play a little bit late.
Takes the single, wants to, does he? No, it looks as though he wants the strike, Roach. 286 for 7. All smiles. What a delivery. Top delivery from Tijul. The pace at which he's bowling generally at on this surface is allowing him to get the grip and the bounce.
Yeah, all it needed to get some part of the bat. Lovely delivery from Tijul Islam.
A couple deliveries ago, angling in and then turning prodigiously. Good seam position. Such a skillful bowler. And this is what Kemar Roach has to be conscious of, the one that goes on with the arm. Because of the one spinning away from the bat, you might be tempted to play outside the line of the ball for the turn. And then the ball runs on and strikes you in the pad. LBW, that's what Tijul has done so well over the course of his career.
I also feel that perhaps it's time to introduce someone like Shariful Islam. Been an hour now. We haven't seen him yet, but I know this. You spoke about the one that comes back with the arm. That's the one, and he's played it nicely.
Well watched by Roach, made an over. 286 for 7 hours play on day 2. An opportunity for the Blue Waters drinks break.
Back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in North Sound, Antigua, the West Indies have moved from 250 overnight to 286 for 7. Justin Greaves still there on 28 not out with Roach, who is on 10. They lost Alzari Joseph and Joshua Da Silva. In the hours play this morning, Da Silva LBW once again. Hassan Mahmood has been very good, showing his class. Struggled a little bit on day one, then he got rid of Alzari Joseph. So that second new ball, which was just under 4 overs old at the beginning of the morning's play, Courtney Walsh, proved to be decisive.
Yes, he used the new ball pretty well. Got those 2 early wickets. Himself fantastic over the bowling. But I think after the drinks break, we will see another bowling change with Sharaful coming into the attack. But I think the morning so far, I would say probably even Stevens losing 2 wickets, getting those runs. But look at this beauty there. Antigua, it's the place to be. I can attest to that because I'm residing here now at the moment, Bish. But what a lovely place. The beaches are beautiful. And the only place I'll say better than this is probably Jamaica, and that's because I'm from there. But it's a wonderful country to be in. Look at the setting, that whenever the tourist comes, they're always happy. And what I love about the island is the peace and tranquility.
We're very fortunate here in the Caribbean, to be honest. Some real jewels in the Caribbean chain. Shariful Islam finally given a burst this morning, and from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, where he swung the ball prodigiously at times yesterday after his initial spell from the Sir Andy Roberts end. It's a nice punch shot. In all of this, the solidity so far of Justin Greaves has been quite impressive. Highest test score of 33 in Australia in January this year. Left out of the team after that for the tour of England and the series beyond, but with recalled because of the absence of Jason Holder.
Well, home for Christmas, and this is what it looks like. We're in Antigua now. Next stop is Jamaica. Then there's St. Kitts, and then there's St. Vincent. So the second test match will be in Jamaica, November 30th to December the 4th. Then we move on to St. Kitts, 8th, 10th, and 12th for those cricket lovers. And then we go move on to St. Vincent's, 15th, 17th, and 19th. So get your tickets and come and support. What have you make of the play this morning, Bish? I believe that even though he got the 2 wickets, they probably bowled from wrong ends in terms of how they bowled yesterday, and if you're going with the breeze. But I know Mahmood got 2 wickets. Taskin looked a little bit more threatening from this end. I was surprised that Sharaful is only now coming into the attack. I expect them to bring him in a little bit earlier with the early start, with the natural swing that he has.
Coming round the wicket now. Yeah, I'd agree with you. I'd assume that Hassan Mahmood likes to bowl from the end that Shariful is operating from now. But when Taskin started at the opposite end and then came and bowled from this to Curtly Ambrose, and I thought that was the time to get Shariful into the attack. You're absolutely right, because of the wind direction, which helps him shape the ball back into the right-hander from outside the off stump. Deep point in play for the last couple of overs. Kemar Roach has made a niche for himself, Sir Courtney, nearly call you Sir Kirtley. Over the years, people think that he can't score. He's taken opportunities before, 37 or 49 against Bangladesh in 2018. 41 of 60 against New Zealand in 2012. 38 at better than a runner ball against India right here in 2019. But he likes to spend time short mid-wicket. Whatever the team requires him to do with the bat, not to mention ball, is what he tries his best to do. In this case, forming a partnership with Greaves. 291 for 7.
Ties to continue. This partnership going on pretty nicely. As you mentioned earlier, Ian, Roach is no mug with the bat, and he does everything the team requires. He always puts his best foot forward. So don't expect him to just give his wicket away. He's going to put a price and a value on it. And he might just be the perfect foil for someone like a Justin Greaves. They are both from Barbados. They would have this good understanding. And Justin knows that once Kemar gets settled in, he's not going to give it away. That will allow him to be a little bit more relaxed. No need to take any unnecessary chances. I think the West Indies would love for this partnership to continue for as long as it can. And who knows, if Justin can get a very good score, then West Indies could be happy. Another easy single. What I also noticed that yesterday we saw a little bit more turn and bounce on day one. We haven't seen much of that, and this is the second new ball. A little bit of bounce, but not much turn, which means the pitch has just flattened out nicely, and it's probably going to be a little bit easier for batting over the next 2 days.
Already absorbed 34 deliveries, Kemar Roach, 292 for 7. Quite relaxing, actually. Beautiful Antigua and Barbuda. Shariful. Accentuating the angle from around the wicket. And I think from Justin Greaves' point of view, what he'll be thinking, or what he should be thinking, is I need to be the last man standing when this innings ends. I'm not saying it's going to happen that way, but that should be his theory. Because you've got Shamar Joseph to come, who got 36 on debut against Australia in Adelaide this year. He had a whirlwind knock against England 33 at Nottingham, 25 against South Africa. Jaden Seals, who together with Kemar Roach put on, for example, a match-winning partnership against Pakistan. Kemar got 30 of those runs to win the test match up at Sabina Park back in 2021. Not as accomplished with the bat, there he is, Jaden Seals, but is working on spending time at the crease. So that'll be the theory, to be there for Justin Greaves if and when these other two guys get in. That's the theory. This will be his highest test match score so far in his brief career of 3 test matches, including this one.
And as you rightly say, he should be thinking that, you know, I have got to be here. I would say he's the captain of the tail, batting at number 6, the all-rounder position. So he needs to be there. He's in charge of the rest of the batters coming behind him. And as long as he enforces that with them, they should be looking to survive and stay with him and give him all the support.
The innings underlined by the 140 between Afanase and Louis. 34 ongoing. The 3rd highest of the innings so far between Roach and Greaves. As a captain, you could even attack Roach a little bit more, get a short leg in, or get someone closer to the bat, just to put a seed in his mind that you're being aggressive with him. Get a leg gully in, give him the thought that they might be coming short at him. Nice swing from Shariful.
Yes, that's his speciality, Shariful. Get that swing, but as you mentioned, I think he's only got 1 short ball at him so far from Taskin, but here is a swing from Shariful, and notice it's over the wicket as well and not around that he does to Greaves. And just that late bit of swing. If he's getting that swing, then there's no need to go over the wicket, I believe, to show the angle, because the angle is going to bring it in and Justin will be expecting that. But if you can get that late swing from over the wicket, that's what you want.
Two straight and valuable leg byes for the West Indies, which takes them to the cusp of 300. 299 for 7. De Silva and Alzari Joseph went in the first hour's play. If you've just joined us, but since then Roach and Greaves have forged 38. Important partnership after those 2 wickets went down quickly this morning.
Very important partnership. Roach looking very solid. Justin Greaves, the man in form. Had a couple of back-to-back hundreds in the 50-over tournament being played recently. The finals is today. On account of his form, he's been brought into this team and he's showing his just cause. passing his highest test score, looking very comfortable, looking compact. And I remember seeing him as a youngster way back in 2011. I thought he was the real deal to be a genuine all-rounder. He used to swing it at pace. Not as quick as you, but at good pace.
I think even then you're being generous with his pace, to be quite honest with you, because I remember coming back from tour early in his career and seeing Justin opening the bowling for Barbados, batting down the order. Hasn't bowled as much in recent years in T20s or list A games, even in first class games, but he had a back injury a few years ago. Don't know whether that's had an impact, but he wants to bowl. He loves his bowling. 300 came up for the West Indies with that single. Leg slip in position.
What he did when I saw him in Australia and for the Youth World Cup, the swing that he was getting was unbelievable. Good pace off the wicket, and you know he could always strike a good cricket ball. Unfortunately, he got the injury.
It's a shot that Taiju wanted Roach to play. Go back top edge. And if he bowls it straight enough, get the outside edge and bring the slip in play. Good control from Justin Greaves on return to Test match cricket. 302 for 7. Hassan Mahmood with 2 wickets in the first hour's play this morning on day 2 of this Test match. 2 wickets for Taskin yesterday in the first session of day 1. Wicket apiece for Taijul and Mahidi Hassan Miraz, who is into the attack now, replacing Shariful just a couple of overs. Just started to get some swing as well, but talked about Justin Greaves quickly. The other thing he brings is leadership. He's been around the circuit for a while, around domestic cricket, and he has that. That's one thing they talked about in Australia. Excellent fielder and good in the dressing room, but he has to now negotiate this spell from Mahidi Hassan. His field should be a couple of runs.
I always found him to be a good leader of men from back in those days. Craig was the captain of that team and John Campbell was the vice captain, and to me he was the third in charge. He was in charge of batting and bowling in terms of field placing at times, where he batted in the team, and just how he composed himself. So he is a leader of men, and it's just good to see him back in this team.
Talk to me a little bit about that. When you were captain of whether it was Jamaica or West Indies, how much value did you feel about having a player with those leadership characteristics in your unit?
Very good, and I'll go to the Jamaican one quickly. When I was the Jamaica captain, I had Robert Samuels and Delroy Morgan as 2 other guys who were more or less in charge of batting, and they would look after the team. You didn't have much to do, and then you have Nehemiah Perry, who was always up for it, sort of, working with the bowlers. It wasn't just because you bowl fast, you need to work with a fast bowler or whatever. And that to me helps, because then you can focus on your own personal game. You can look after the team and you can sort of give support. But when you know you have good deputies or good players who are going to come to the forefront, it makes your life as a captain a lot easier. They will look after the petty things that needs to be doing, and you can focus on the main event.
first time Kemar will be facing Mehdi Hassan in this inning, so he has to negotiate the short leg, the leg slip come leg gully, and the short mid wicket. Love it, Courtney. Love it that you captain for so many years domestically and the West Indies. You see Jasprit Bumrah and Pat Cummins captaining international teams. All power to the bowling captains, in my view, fast bowling captain.
100% agreement, Dish. I agree with you. Most people say they don't think bowlers or fast bowlers should be captain, but why not? And especially if you can get the job done. So I was happy to be a part of it and to be one of. It was a proud time for me to captain the West Indies. And it's good to see Bumrah and Pat Cummins leading as well.
Tim Southey led New Zealand. He will play his last test match not too long from now. 305 for 7. Always say that the bowlers have to do everything in the game. They have to bowl, they have to field, they have to bat. The batsmen lazily walk in their standard slip, bat only, and field and nothing else, most of them. My former captain when I played very early in my domestic career, Phil Simmons, and a very good friend of yours when you played for West Indies together. Very good friend.
Very, very good friend. We played youth cricket together. And then went on that England tour in 1982. And we have been very, very good friends ever since then. Big Phil.
Got friends everywhere because in the West Indies camp, you've got a number of guys in the coaching setup that you were responsible for mentoring and playing with. Andre Coley, you know very, very well, and Jimmy Adams, who you played with.
Yes, I captained Jimmy for a bit in the Jamaica setup. Remember when he was injured and they didn't want to select him, I had a personal call with him. I says, if you can bat, are you happy to play? And he was happy for that. And our respect got better ever since then. And put him at slip to field because he couldn't run, but he's going to score me 100. So we, you know, very good friends. We got on pretty well. Andre Coley didn't play a lot for me with Jamaica, but we played club cricket on a couple of games and the same.
What I was pleased about was that you saw two guys there. Phil Simmons, who was an opening batter, and there's Andre Coley, the head coach of this team. Phil Simmons at times bowled quite decent pace. Jimmy Adams, his left arm spin, 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. Good fielder, both of them. I only say that to say this. I'm a long-standing lobbyist for top-order batters to continue bowling in every format of the game, and I was so happy to see Casey Carty, Alec Athanaze, and to a lesser extent Kavem Hodge, who generally bowls in domestic cricket anyway, bowling this morning in the warm-ups.
It gives the team more option, and I used to always emphasize on that. If your top batters can bowl and bowl you a couple of overs, it's going to stand you in good stead whenever called upon. And it's also giving them to practice their skill, and they will also learn a little bit more about batting because it's something you're working on. So I'm happy to see that. Oh, that's not a bad one. The first one that probably did a little bit. You'll get a single for it. It's 1-0. It's 307 for 7.
Why should Kemar Roach and Ian Bishop and Courtney Walsh, who has a highest test score of 30, be bowling your heart out, then have to come and work on your batting, do your work in the field, and batters just turn up and think that's all they have to do? Let's share the responsibility around. Very good. Still a little bit of purchase there occasionally for the spinner. Leg slip and short leg will be keen. Couple of leg byes.
And for people who don't realize or recognize or remember, Phil Simmons, when he was head coach of the team, Andre Cole was one of his assistants as well. So it's good that they're both head-to-head in this series. I remember, I think in Australia, Andre was doing the fielding coach. So it just shows how things can evolve. Now they're both head coaches of two different teams.
So the global coaching carousel goes. Courtney Walsh coached Bangladesh at one point. And I hope that what Roach continues to do with the bat is an example for Shamar Joseph, who I think has potential, great potential with the bat. Jaden Seals. Mehdi Hassan himself, I remember when we did the Under-19 World Cup in 2016, he led Bangladesh to the semi-final. A charismatic smile. And that's the pressure of just having the leg slip and the short leg in place and the ball spinning and bouncing occasionally into Roach, forcing the big shot with a deep forward square and long on in place.
And that's exactly what Mehdi wants. He wants him to have a go, take him on. He's not afraid of the batters taking him on.
Just trust himself, and if he gets out playing that defensive shot with Greaves at the other end, trust yourself. Don't give it away with Justin Greaves at the other end at the crease. You get a good one, gloves off, bat up, walk off. Stick around with this guy for as long as you can. Session for us without a wicket, unlike some of our previous commentators this morning. 309 for 7.
Spinning operation. It's been a gripping first session here on day 2. Pressure being built by Mehdi with the field. So in the last over, with the guys around the bat, they've got an extra cover fielder catching offside for Justin Greaves, who's able to get back for 2 and has been very good in his balance of positivity and being able to score, but also his resolute defense. Really is an impeccable touch last couple of months or so. Atali Khan, hello to you.
Hello, Nicola. Hello, everyone. What a wonderful partnership this is turning out to be now. 50 partnership of 102 deliveries. We speak about Justin Greaves. He's moved on to 43. Just a little bit in the air, but away from that field. But what a good role Kima Roach has played here. Jaccarelli retrieving that ball. So full marks to this pair.
bit of risk involved there with the point fielder in the circle. But for the most part today, when he's actually decided to score Greaves, the selection of his strokes and the areas in which he scored in has been quite intelligent. Again, another couple.
Bangladesh did manage to pick up 2 early wickets. I just thought perhaps Shuriful Islam, who has only bowled 2 overs today, could have been introduced earlier on. Super 50 this season has been outstanding. Look at that average. Wow. Best of an unbeaten 151, striker of 898.
Final of that tournament today. Also on ESPN for our viewers joining us there. And Atta, you will know the importance of the domestic competitions. You guys have the National Cricket League, which has been responsible for producing so many. Nahid Rana back in 2022 taking over 30 wickets. So big opportunity for guys at the regional level at home watching this to excel in those tournaments and then make your way into the team like Greaves has done. Like Mikael Louis did earlier this year. .316 for 7. Win is outside the ground. 2 wickets for Hassan Mahmood. He's put in a big workload. Most of the seamers, and benefit of having quality spin where you can rotate your seam options at times throughout the day. Centered around Mahedi and Taijul Islam. And speaking of Hassan Mahmood, after that initial burst this morning, a 4-over burst, 2 for 14. Now returns to the attack with a slightly older ball.
You're very impressive, especially today, picking up a couple of wickets. And you could see the seamers making an impact at the moment they come into the attack. And that's one of the reasons why I feel perhaps Shuriful Islam could have given a bit of a longer run, because he's only bowled 2 overs today. Right, back again, Hassan Mahmood.
Really well placed, and it will be another couple of runs. Greaves has been so busy today, and that intensity has allowed him to get to his maiden Test match half-century. 10 years he waited after making his first-class debut to play Test cricket. And he's maximized his opportunity so far in his early career.
He's looked very good indeed. Coming at number 6, knowing the wickets have gone from the other end, he showed a lot of quality. He knows that it's not easy scoring here. He's been patient enough to go and just bat. I think his defense has been outstanding. He's been rock solid in defense. To be able to go and get an opportunity and then have a set target in the mindset. Very impressive indeed. He's mixed it up, hasn't he? Just a couple of boundaries. 11 times he's crossed over for 2 runs, and has 17 singles in that innings of exactly 50 of now 89 deliveries.
That 11 twos. Been very busy at the crease and only 2 boundaries. So probably been a contrasting effort in comparison to guys like Athenaeus, who we saw be very dominant with the boundary scoring. And Greaves is showing again the value of spending time at the crease like the West Indies did in the first 2 sessions yesterday. And it got easier and they scored more quickly in that 3rd session.
Yeah, more than one occasion we've seen the seamers drifting down the leg side. That has been a problem for Bangladesh. When they've bowled on stumps and are somewhere around the off-stump line, we haven't seen a lot of scoring done towards the offside. But it certainly releases the pressure, because we've seen bowlers bowling on the off-stump, keeping the batters quiet, and then all of a sudden, pressure release delivery down the leg side. This is what needs to be corrected. Extra slip gone in now. 2 slips and a gully. The fielder at deep cover point also comes in for Kemar Roach.
Change up in length. And I wonder if the balance out of trying to search for that wicket-taking delivery to Greaves and sometimes being a bit too straight. And he's been good at tucking the ball off his hip, paired with his running between the wickets. A bit of aggression late yesterday evening. But for today, it's been low risk and smart cricket in the areas and the shot selection.
This is a very good contribution to ensure that not only you get past 300, with this partnership looking very good, they'll be eyeing to get as many as possible.
Nice finish to the over. 319 for 7.
And that's the line of attack that needs to be over and over again.
Yeah, Bangladesh will be trying to get out of this heat. The West Indies will be hoping they continue to force Mahedi to go back to his seamers for 3rd and 4th spells. Today, at least. Now, how creative can he be with the field? We saw Roach almost try to play a release shot with pressure building around him and fielders around him in his eye line. How can they put pressure on Greaves? 3 deep fielders on the leg side and nobody behind square on the offside.
Yeah, which gives you an indication as a batter that the line of attack would be around middle and middle leg. Again, an extra fielder probably coming in at leg slip. Few more changes. Just trying to make sure that how can they apply pressure, especially when Kemar Roach is on strike. At the moment, it's Greaves. He believes, Madison Mirage, that he can put a bit of pressure by putting in a very strong onside field.
Perhaps it's the benefit of being an all-rounder. You watch Justin Greaves bowl at the first-class level and you speak to him. One thing he tries to do with his bowling is create pressure using the field. So he'll place guys in unorthodox positions. He himself, in Australia this year, fielded at a fly slip, which is not a position you see often, with a helmet on. And I guess he will know exactly what the bowler is thinking, being an all-rounder, and that could supposedly help him deal with the pressure a bit better. And be able to capitalize when Mahedi misses his line. Nobody is square or behind square on the offside, so valuable runs and an easy 3.
He's been batting for a while now, Greaves, and you know exactly what Windies and Mirage is thinking, and he's just waiting, and he waited, and he pounced on that short pitch delivery, just wide outside the off stump. We've seen him already in the Sova. He's defended anything on middle and leg. Yeah, that's well bowled. That is what he's looking forward to. Bit of a grip, bit of a turn, and then those two short in the catching position on the onside.
Three, 2 for 7. Well, tell you really have to be a strong individual to voluntarily sit in the sun. Atta, something that interests you?
Not really. I'm very happy sitting up in this com box. We've got too much sun back home too. I wouldn't mind if I'm going and watching some cricket in the sun.
Should be another 2. And Atta, you were in India earlier this year. You followed Bangladesh cricket now for a number of years, probably a decade. But this problem for them and their bowling attack of being clinical has been something surrounding them a lot this year. I think back to India series where you were. Ashwin made 100, Jadeja got 86, and Bangladesh had them on the ropes. And they battled back India in that innings and went on to win the series comfortably. You look at their average in dismissing batters 8 to 11. They're the worst in the world of the test teams. So it's clearly an issue that's surrounding them and they've had to deal with. Cross seam that time. How do they overcome something like that, and how much is it a focus for this bowling attack?
Well, they've been in that spot for a long time, but having said that, they've also been very clinical early on in Pakistan when you look at what they did with the ball. Yes, there were big hundreds from Mushfiqur Rahim and Litun Kumar Das. Remember, 26 for 6 at one stage, and a big massive partnership between Litun Kumar Das and Windies and Mirage. So it's important for them to realize the fact that there will be a period where the batters are going to bat well. So you got to stay patient. And if you stay patient, then you will be rewarded again on a shorter side. So easy pickings. I think they need to show a little bit better discipline in terms of line and length, and hope that they can find something special. Because once the batter gets set, no matter where you're playing, then it's pretty hard to knock him over. I think what they're missing is a genuine right-arm wrist spinner. They have one in by the name of Rishad Hussain, who does play white ball format. But to be able to have someone right-arm wrist spinner to be available for selection in the longest format, oh, I think that'll be a wonderful addition. And just look at this over. It's just been too easy for Greaves to pick up runs on the offside, on the onside. So it's important for them to show a better disciplines, as I said earlier. It's about creating pressure, Nikhil. It's about making life a little bit harder for the batters to score runs freely and easily. Try and figure out, maybe if you're not picking up a wicket, maybe try to bowl a maiden over from both ends. That's how you can build a bit of a pressure.
Won't call any names. We have a colleague who is in love with fast bowling, loves it more than anything else in the world, and he muttered at the back of the box, Nahid, potential extra pace. Hopefully we see him at some stage in this test series, but so maybe that's an option as well, similar to what Mark Wood does for England, where ball gets older, he can use the pitch, whether go short or the scramble seam. Here he is, Nahid. He'll be doing some bowling probably in about 12 minutes time in the intervals.
Yeah, 22 years of age and the quickest of the lot.
.327 for 7. Been brilliant partnership batting. Kemar Roach has been resolute in defense, stubborn against these Bangladesh bowlers, and Justin Greaves has been able to sustain pressure and score. West Indies fighting along. 109 balls since the last boundary. Wow.
More importantly, they're still there. That's the beauty of Test cricket. Even if you don't pick up boundaries, you can still manage to hang on and build up a good partnership. It's turning out to be a very good one. You can still score runs. Forget about the boundaries, Nikhil. There you go, another single easily taken. Still feel Shariful Islam should have been on. Should have been on for a longer period of time. As a skipper, this is his first test match as a skipper for Bangladesh, Mehdi Hasan Miraj. And I'm sure he'll just get better and better, given that opportunity more and more in future. Now it's genuine outside edge. Gets past that fielder in the slip. We'll come back for the third more. Yep, again. Not looking to hit boundaries. Still managed to rotate strike.
And 36 runs off the last 10 overs, which is almost 4 runs and over. You think about yesterday, where the top order were batting and hitting boundaries, they still weren't going at that rate. They were going around 2.5. So they're showing you that there are other options, especially with Bangladesh looking for wickets and the field up. There are other options to score, and very good soft hands there by Roach. 3 guys around the bat will present opportunities for Greaves and Roach. There's another one playing it very late.
Yeah, good, smart, sensible cricket. What they've done, this pair. They haven't taken any chances whatsoever. They don't need to. Seven minutes or so for lunch.
if they continue with Hassan Mahmood for a third over in this spell before lunch. Do they go maybe Taskin or Shoreful again for a short burst?
Just a bit of a misunderstanding. Roach thought that it would just gone past that fielder.
Another 5 runs from the over. Good from the West Indies. 3-3-2 for 7. And Kemar Roach has really supported Justin Greaves well. And Taijul Islam, who's operated mainly from that Sir Andy Robertson, will now replace Hassan Mahmood. Thought it was a nice discussion earlier by Bish and Courtney Walsh about Justin Greaves and a bit on his journey. It's not the most conventional journey for someone who plays the Under-19 World Cup. Obviously, he played in that 2012 World Cup with Hodge, with Craig Brathwaite, and then it took him a long time, 4 years before he made his first class debut for the combined campuses and colleges team in the Caribbean. Then he, of course, went on to play for Barbados for a number of seasons and never really found a settled role. 2016, 2017, opened the bowling with Kemar Roach and was mainly a bowling all-rounder, not really batting. Then after that, following seasons, batted 4 and 5 for the Barbados and didn't bowl as much. Nicely played again.
Yeah, this inning should stand him in good stead because he's played, 43 first-class matches. And he averages just 27, 28. But with this kind of innings, it should give him enough confidence to go and do this on a consistent basis. Always handy because as a player who comes down the order, he came at number 6 and getting an opportunity because remember he does not get top order batters to bat with him. He's batting with Kemar Roach. But he's shown a lot of maturity and understanding of what the team requires of him. 335 for 7.
Mahedi now coming from the Sir Andy Robertson. Seen this a couple of times throughout the test match actually, where Mahedi and Taijul tend to alternate the ends. It worked to the dismissal of Mika Louis yesterday. He admitted it after the game, where when he bowled from this Sir Curtly Ambrose, and I know it can be quite confusing with the ends, but when he bowled from the end that we are sitting at, Louis was enticed to go with the spin as a right-hander and with the wind, and it ended up dismissing him. So another way that captains and bowlers try to outfox batters.
I think that's a better line. Even though he's got a couple of closing fielder on the onside, to be able to entice the batter to go and play it on the through the offside, and that might just create the gap between the bat and the pad, because there is purchase. Change of angles now, goes round the wicket.
Nice work from Roach there, just coming down, making Miraz wait because he understands it's 11:59. So likely to be the last over before lunch. Mahedi would have been rushing to try and get one more. It's been an innings filled with touch play from Roach, soft hands, and very intelligent batting from the West Indies. They lost 2 wickets very early on day 2, and Justin Greaves, with his decision-making and shot selection, has gotten to 63, but do not underestimate the importance of Roach's role in the 75-run partnership. 336 for 7 at lunch, the West Indies.
Yeah, the second session, 86 runs. Yes, they lost those 2 early wickets. They scored them in a pretty decent rate of 3.31. Yes, Hassan Mahmood among the wickets today, but Bangladesh will be disappointed not to pick up more. Thanks to this wonderful partnership of 75 in 142 deliveries, ensure West Indies move on to 336 for 7 at lunch.
Justin Greaves will be hoping he can continue where he left off after lunch. The discussion for this bowling attack will be how can they wrap the innings up, something that has plagued them throughout the year. And bowlers will be tiring. Mahmood bowling a couple of spells, Taskin as well. But the important thing was that they dismissed De Silva and Joseph twice in 3 overs. Hassan Mahmood taking both the wickets, but since then Roach has faced 74 deliveries, doing his job to support Justin Greaves, who has found scoring a lot easier as we've gone through the innings. Hassan Mahmood was very good with his seam positioning early this morning with that new ball. Shoreful Islam bowled just the 2 overs in that opening session. Taskin Ahmed started proceedings, given that he got 2 wickets yesterday, and Taijul and Mahedi have done the majority of work over the 2 days with their 51 overs between them, both picking up a wicket apiece. It's been an exciting first session. We'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll analyze it.
at bright sunshine here at North Sound. West Indies have progressed to 336 for 7. Greaves not out on 63, having been recalled to the West Indies team, and Roach on 19. 2 wickets fell in the morning session, and those 2 wickets went to Hassan Mahmood, who's up to now got figures of 2 for 75. Great pleasure to have you with us for our lunchtime analysis here on day 2. Alongside me, Atar Ali Khan and Samuel Badri. Once again, gentlemen, Sammy, just briefly, you'll have to borrow Atar's mic. Just the perspective and the session, how has that gone for the West Indies?
Yeah, I think the loss of those 2 early wickets really set them back. But Justin Greaves, and in partnership with Roach, they've done a relatively good job, solid job to get them into this position, getting over 300. It's not something that we see quite frequently or have seen quite frequently with the West Indies in 2024. Only twice, and I think it's 11 innings, they've gone past 300. So they'll be pleased with that, but still a long way to go in this test match.
I shall have you interview Atar Ali Khan here for the next question, actually, Atar, but you'll hold the mic and talk about Hassan Mahmood and the 2 wickets that he picked up this morning.
Well, that's exactly what Bangladesh would have hoped for, to come in on day 2 by picking up early wickets. That was the order of the day. And Hassan Mahmood, starting from Sir Curtly Ambrose end, did exactly that. There was movement, second new ball, almost 4 old, but this was very good. Yes, initially given, review taken, but stayed the umpire's call, and it would have gone and clipped the leg stump. And this was a brilliant catch, absolutely fantastic catch from Zakir Hassan. Extra bounce, and I thought Alzari was trying to play it on the onside, so just gets the upper part. Look at that catch from Zakir in the gully area. Excellent work, but they'll be disappointed because after those 2 wickets, there were none. And credit to West Indies, but perhaps I still feel that Shariful Islam should have bowled few more, because he only bowled 2 overs in the first session.
I was wondering, actually, because you started with Hassan from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, Taskin from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and then Taskin again from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Was there some relevance or credence to having Shariful come on to replace Hassan Mahmood instead of Taskin from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, we thought, we were discussing it off air, that Shariful should have started this morning with the new ball, given the conditions and given the swing that he was able to extract yesterday. It wasn't the case, but Mahmood proved quite successful taking those couple wickets early. But certainly, when they made the change from this Sir Curtly Ambrose end, I felt that it should have been Shariful. He should have been given a longer spell, only those couple overs, as you mentioned there. He looked quite menacing yesterday without success, but certainly with the ball being still quite relatively new, should have been given a few more overs.
Let's jump now to a batting perspective, and Justin Greaves recalled to the West Indies team, initially playing in Australia early this January. 63 not out from 103 balls. What has pleased you?
I think the control and the patience that he's exhibited, he's busy at the crease. He's coming into this series on the back of a lot of good form, 3 consecutive list A hundreds. So he's just showing that form and making use of it, but his running between the wickets, his hitting the gaps, and not only relying on boundaries. I think just a couple boundaries he scored, but he's still scoring at a very good strike rate, which is so important. So he's showing that there are other ways in which to score, other ways in which to be successful. And I really like to see someone who capitalizes on the form that they have, and certainly registering his maiden test match half century is a pleasing effort on his part.
And I want to pick up on that graphic that we just saw with the breakdown of scoring. This is a bee in my bonnet. I don't often do this, but I get really annoyed when I hear us talking all the time about there hasn't been a boundary, and you talked about it this morning in test match cricket for 40 balls. This is test match cricket.
Absolutely.
This is not T20 cricket.
Huh?
If you go 40 balls without a boundary or without a boundary,
Absolutely.
that's not unknown in this format.
That is absolutely fine, because even if you don't pick up a boundary, you can still go and score runs. Look at this partnership, and take nothing away from Roach. We know how well Justin Greaves has batted, but what about Roach? His role with the bat, Forget about the boundaries. His intentions were to ensure that he would hang on. Just hang on.
75 from 142, the partnership.
Absolutely. And to be able to find someone who's willing to spend time. Remember, too early loss of wickets, not easy. Not easy for Greaves, not easy for Kemar Roach. But it's a wonderful partnership. And that's exactly what you want to see in Test cricket. Forget about the boundaries. If you're still there, they'll be able to score runs. And you never know. 100, maybe. Why not? For Greaves.
19 from 74 deliveries for Kemar Roach. And probably after lunch, I want to, because there was an instructive interview this morning with Alec Athanaze, very well done by Nikhil Uttamchandani, where Alec said there's more time in Test match cricket than you think. No need to rush it, which is what Kemar is exemplifying over his career and this morning with the bat.
Yeah, and Michael Louis did it as well yesterday in that first period where he negotiated a tough period. And as you so rightly mentioned, this is Test match cricket. We've become so used and on a diet of short form cricket that we're used to seeing those boundaries, used to seeing those sixes. But this is altogether a different environment where patience is the key, batting time is key, and getting big scores. Those are the keys to achieving success at this level. So 400 runs, 450 runs, that's what these teams should be aiming for in their first innings. Kemar Roach, like you so rightly mentioned, demonstrates that patience and really putting a value on his wicket. You don't often see that from lower order batters, but he's done that time and time again.
Let's go to the actual characteristic of slow bowling now and what we've seen from Taijul and Mahedi. We saw so much grip yesterday. Our ball tracking is saying no difference in the amount of spin. It continues today.
You see, when you see a couple of batters, because it's about partnership, when you see a couple of batters involved in a partnership, then things can go a little bit wrong. Have a look at that Taijul today. Started with 3.8, 6.2, 7.2. What does it say? Enough on the surface to be able to pitch it in the right areas. And if you can trouble the batters. I don't think they bowled in the right areas for a longer period of time. Yes, there were deliveries where they asking questions, but there were also loose deliveries. That's the reason why they were looking to rotate strikes, and so that's the reason why there's so many twos and singles from this pair.
What are we to think about that? Put that in the context for me, what we're still seeing and what the West Indies will be looking at with their conglomeration of bowlers later on.
Yeah, so those two spinners who the Bangladeshi have, they need, as Arthur rightly mentioned, to bowl in the right areas for long enough. We haven't seen too much turn, too much in terms of the degree of turn, and that really compounds the problem for the bowlers when they can get some to turn and then some to go straight on. But it was a little bit of a surprise that the West Indies didn't go into this Test match with any spin. We know of the record here at Surviv and the favour in terms of the fast bowlers. We saw the West Indian batters bowling earlier this morning, the slower bowlers, Alec Athanaze and Kavem Hodge, bowling some spin. So they don't have a specialist spinner, but I still think that they would be called into action at some point during the course of this match as we go deeper in the contest. So the fast bowlers will have to do the bulk of the work up front, but maybe those part-timers will be called into action at some point.
All right, thank you very much to Samuel. Thank you very much to Atta. More from these two as we go across this day's play and this Test match. But for now, after the break, we will have a special guest here with us talking about many things West Indies cricket. Don't go away. Short break on the other side. More for you. Welcome back once again to the bright and beautiful sunshine here at North Sound Antigua and Barbuda. True Caribbean weather. And let me introduce our special guest, Mr. Linford Inverary, the acting CEO, but Chief Operating Officer of Cricket West Indies. Of course, there's been an addition of new faces, one of them who's going to be very prominent over the next few years, hopefully. Thank you very much, Linford, for spending some time with us. The role, particularly of COO of Cricket West Indies, what's it entailing?
Well, the role of well, first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. It's been a pleasure. The role, the Chief Operating Officer role, which is a substantive role of mine, is really one geared towards improving the operational efficiency of Cricket West Indies. Now, some people may not be aware that at Cricket West Indies it's more than just about cricket. So we have different functional areas throughout the business. There's marketing, there's finance, there's commercial, and there are a lot of different components that people don't necessarily know about. Now, my job as COO is really to try to streamline each of those departments to make sure that they're all functioning in the right way, on course to achieving our strategic objectives. So it's really knitting it all together.
And in knitting it together, you've got some pillars that you've identified, 6 of them, if we could run through a couple of those, including elite high performance, whether the academy falls under that. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, our elite and high performance pillar is really one that recognizes that it's a high performance system and culture that we're trying to cultivate throughout the system. And that is from the grassroots level right up to the elite men's and women's teams. Now, that pillar is really geared towards ensuring that everyone in the system, from coaches to players to umpires, everyone has a high performance mindset. Now, the academy is a key component in that, because we know that the academy is really a breeding ground for talent for the next generation, which is why it was so important for us to establish not just a high performance, an academy for the men's, but also for the women's team as well. So we have a female academy program as well. And it's all, like I said, geared towards achieving that high performance mindset throughout the system.
We saw some of those young men here yesterday. They were here practicing with the West Indies team. How have you had any feedback as to how they're in a cohort that will be based here for a year? How has it gone?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I was actually at the induction ceremony for that academy program. I've interacted with the players. So far, so good. I mean, they love being in Antigua, based here, getting a holistic sort of support, not just cricket support, but also, you know, on the nutrition side, on the mental skill side. So it's really been a success, I would say. I've interacted with them, like I said. They're pretty excited. I think their inclusion in the CG United Super 50 as well was also something that shows that they can compete at that level, you know. And I know things didn't necessarily go the way that they had planned, but certainly they're showing good signs, and we're definitely encouraged by that.
To get all of that going, of course, takes money. Another one of your pillars would be commercial and financial sustainability of Cricket West Indies and all of those programs.
Yeah, absolutely. And money, one of my directors always says, money makes the horse gallop. And for sure, Cricket West Indies, we need that in order to be financially sustainable, which is why, key to that, we have also appointed a new chief commercial officer, Mr. Rupert Hunter, who is actively and aggressively seeking those additional opportunities for commercial revenues. I think what is key to that pillar too is also trying to diversify the type of income that we're able to attract. I think we've been reliant on traditional means of funding. Certainly with opportunities like the CCG, we have a development plan in place for that, where we're trying to establish more opportunities for revenue generation. That plan speaks to having a hotel, having a remote production hub, having a commercial center, etc. And that pillar is all about that type of innovation that will lead to, you know, more commercial success and more financial sustainability and opportunities.
Remote production hub, break that down.
The remote production hub, I don't want to say too much about it at this time, but we're definitely looking at a way that we'd be able to produce the type of production sports-wise at a more efficient cost, and doing it absolutely remotely. here in the region. So that is a long-term plan, something that it's obviously quite ambitious, but it's something that as the details come out, I think a lot of people will be excited about it.
All right, on the construction, the fans, of course, would be tuned into the success of they would just on social media in their numbers commenting on the West Indies ODI win against England recently. They wanted more from the T20 team. Fan engagement, how important is that and how is it going?
Oh, fan engagement is absolutely critical to our entire success. The fan is often referred to as, the fans are often referred to as the 12th man. They do so much in terms of bringing that energy and that excitement to the actual game day. So fan engagement is a big pillar for us. I think in terms of sportainment, what fans can expect is for us to build a product around cricket matches. So it won't be just the on-field experience, but fans can expect that going forward, not necessarily for the next series, but certainly for Australia, we're definitely working on having a value proposition that is a lot more attractive for a wider spectrum of fans.
Acting CEO, in addition to Chief Operating Officer, you have a number of areas you feel very strongly about that we haven't touched on. Educate us as to what's uppermost on the agenda apart from what we've discussed.
Uppermost on the agenda is just making sure that we have the structure right. I think key to the success of Cricket West Indies is sort of looking at everything top down, top to bottom, bottom to top, making sure that in terms of the systems, the processes, even the functions that we have, we want to make sure that we're covering all our bases. So key to that exercise would be a comprehensive review of the entire organization, and making sure that everything that we implement, everyone that we have in place, they're all geared towards our strategic objectives. You would have referred to some of our strategic pillars, the elite and high performance being one. Secondly, we have facilities and infrastructure. We also have cricket development and participation. We have governance, which is an important one. And we also have fan engagement, which you touched on, and then commercial and financial sustainability. So each of those pillars, we want to make sure that we have everyone in the respective departments 100% dedicated and focused to achieving those.
I can't let you go as we sort of wind down time here. We're so focused, so many fans focus on the West Indies Test team, the 50-over team, the T20 team, and only when the women start to get into action in big World Cups. Just last night I was watching Haley Matthews and Deandra Dutton take their franchise team to the top of the table in the WBBL. That segment of the game, Haley Matthews, Deandra Dutton, involved in West Indies cricket, how is that flowing?
Oh, they've been absolutely brilliant. I mean, Haley is somebody that continues to contribute and to show her value and her leadership. She's just been phenomenal for us. Deandra, it's been good to have her back in the mix as usual. She's fit right back into the team. And of course, she is another world beater that we're absolutely proud to have with us. And I think women's cricket and where the game is going, fans can expect that it will become even more exciting. We're pumping many resources and as much resource as possible into the women's game. And it's definitely something that is going to, equalize in terms of men's cricket.
I can't say how much I respect your media training and your ability to keep things concise. I really appreciate that because we've managed to cover a lot of stuff. We wish you all the absolute best in your role in driving Cricket West Indies and West Indies cricket forward, and I'm sure I share the sentiments of the fans. Thank you very much for being with us. Hope you'll come again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pleasure. It's fantastic to catch up. It was an absolutely pleasure of mine to speak with you. I'm a big admirer of your talent, not just on the field, but off the field now too. So it's been fantastic.
Not often we get administrators younger than myself. So thank you very much to Linford for being here with us. Of course, we have the second session of day 2 coming up. Short break, and we have much more for you on the other side.
welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Northtown, Antigua. It's been a destination for West Indies and Bangladesh teams. And day 2 was an exciting one in that opening session. Let's reflect. Day 2 of the first test, West Indies against Bangladesh. It was an intriguing day 1, filled with action. The pendulum swung back in favor of the two teams. Craig Brathwaite went early after seeing off a new ball threat. Mikael Louis, Alec Athenes put on 140 runs together, and a small 50-plus run partnership between Hodge and Louis as well. But Bangladesh, on each side of those partnerships, were able to pick up a couple of wickets in quick succession, which has kept them in the game. And 250 for 5 is where we reached after 84 overs on day 1. We did have 4 overs yesterday with that new ball before a slight drizzle came in, and Justin Greaves very early in his test sojourn also seeing off that new ball and being able to score against Taijul Islam, that one boundary.
As players are all ready to go.
They have just brushed the pad on the way through. That's the ball that's given him trouble, the one coming into the silver. Great use of the seam from Hassan Mahmood and skill. He has reviewed it. No bat involved. He's on his toes there, De Silva. He'll be hoping that because it's hit him above the knee roll and it's a harder new ball that is going over the stumps.
Anxious wait for De Silva, West Indies wicket keeper. And that's confirmation. The finger goes up and the silver has to go. Not the start. He's not a happy man, but once that dreaded finger is raised, you have to go. He's gone for 14, 253 for 6.
Nicely played. And great sound off the bat. And just gets into the boundary. Well taken. Hassan Mahmood again. Bangladesh again. What a start to day 2 this has been.
Good delivery. Pitched on a good length. Bounced a bit, and Alexander Joseph looking at the edge of his bat. Good shape, trying to play it on the onside, and that was a great catch by Zakir. Jubilation for Mahmood. Despair for Alexander Joseph. He's gone for 4. West Indies 261 for 7.
Just touch. Delicate touch involved. A slowish outfield, but Greaves gets value for that shot.
He is a player in form. Just a little punch. All timing.
Whatever the team requires him to do with the bat, not to mention ball, is what he tries his best to do. In this case, forming a partnership with Greaves. 291 for 7. This will be his highest Test match score so far in his brief career of 3 Test matches, including this one. 34 ongoing, the 3rd highest of the innings so far between Roach and Greaves. Two straight and valuable leg byes for the West Indies, which takes them to the cusp of 300. 299 for 7.
Really well placed, and it will be another couple of runs. Greaves has been so busy today, and that intensity has allowed him to get to his maiden Test match half-century. 10 years he waited after making his first-class debut to play Test cricket, and he's maximized his opportunity so far in his early career.
He's looked very good indeed.
And it's been an innings filled with touch play from Roach, soft hands, and very intelligent batting from the West Indies. They lost 2 wickets very early on day 2. 336 for 7 at lunch, the West Indies.
Of the day, 26 overs have been won, with 86 runs being scored.
Now, this is the West Indies rather first innings effort so far. Justin Greaves, Test best so far, 63 from 103 in partnership with Roach, who continues to be quite stoic and obdurate. 19 from 74. This partnership, 75 useful runs for the West Indies. And for Bangladesh, a couple wickets early this morning. Hassan Mahmood with those 2 strikes. Nothing else to show on day 2 for any of the other bowlers. Had an opportunity during the lunch break, no doubt, to re-strategize the Bangladesh team with their support staff as to what they can do to prize a wicket. And for the West Indies, it will be an opportunity to start over. Roach has so much Test match experience, and he's been in this position on so many occasions in the past, so he knows exactly what he needs to do, which is just to preserve his wicket. And we'll get runs here and there, but for the main part, just keeping the company of the more established Justin Greaves. And what a remarkable run he has had in the last few weeks or so, and carrying on that form in his 3rd Test match. First ball, session 2, Taskin. Courtney Walsh alongside me. Cuddy, our colleague Nikhil Uttamchandani mentioned the travails of Bangladesh in terms of dismissing the lower order in Test match cricket, one of the worst averages in the world of Test playing nations. J.K. Ali with the gloves. Litan Das not wicket keeping at the moment. Litan is on the field, but not with the gloves. Cuddy, as a former bowler yourself, how frustrating is it when you can get those early inroads, but when the lower order is difficult to dismiss?
That can be very frustrating, because after you sort of get the top half out, you expect or you want to try to sort of wrap things up as quickly as you can. But when you have stubborn partnerships like this one, it's got to be very, very frustrating for both captain and bowlers and the fielding team. Not to mention the coaches inside.
Just wonder if they can perhaps use a silly mid-on and bowl a few short deliveries to Kemar Roach. At least attempt it. Not much pace in the wicket, but you want to make him feel a certain level of pressure.
And just to tap onto what you have said, this is where someone like a Malcolm Marshall was very helpful to me, because he thinks that now is when the batsmen that just come in, they're starting over again. Tasking is ambling up to the wicket. You should be ready and rearing to go to try to get them off surprise. A couple of short ones, but real good pace in your first over.
Yeah, Kemar Roach is peeping on that front foot. It's been an arduous toil for Taskin Ahmed in his 21st over. So you can understand a certain level of fatigue.
Yes, and that is expected, but you have to try to ounce up that little bit of energy and say, okay, for the next 2 overs, I'm just going to try to crank it up to try to get a wicket, because that wicket is important. And then you hope at the other end, your bowling partner will sort of realize, and if it's a spinner or another seamer, try to do the same. And that's how you hunt well in partnership.
Yeah, there you go. And that's the short delivery. And particularly after an interval, had an opportunity to revitalize, re-energize yourself. And so the initial burst after that interval is where you're looking to be at your quickest. And as you so rightly mentioned, batters trying to get going again, having to start over. So one short delivery in the over. Very well played from Roach. 3-3-7 for 7. Shamar Joseph, Jaden Seals, the other 2 batters to come who can also contribute lower order runs. Can they stick long enough with someone like Justin Greaves to get close to triple figures? Mehdi Hassan Miraz from the Sir Andy Roberts end. And he's trusting Kemar Roach. He takes the single of the first delivery.
Yeah, that's very good signs. It means he's got the confidence in Kemar. They've been there long enough. They've been in a very good partnership. It's now 7-7. So can't fault him for trusting Kemar and just keep rotating the strike and keep that scoreboard ticking.
A few fans in Test match cricket in the West Indies during this time of the year is a rarity. In fact, it has never happened before. In the months of October, November, December, so Christmas time, and to see red ball cricket is strange. We're looking to test his patience. Joel Andrew Cuddy, who hails from Antigua, the young West Indian who made his debut recently for the senior team and played for the West Indies on the 19 team. I was reading an article where his mom was sort of naming you as one of her favorites all-time West Indies cricketer. And it wasn't for your bowling, Cuddy. It was for your batting. And those unforgettable leaves. Quite entertaining when you batted, Cuddy.
And that leave alone wasn't staged. It was just something that happened naturally, but it got very famous. Even Viv used to jive me about it when I batted with him. So it was brilliant at its best and something that just pumped me up nicely.
Yeah, we'll never forget those. Veronique Hill, the mother of Joel Andrew, mentioned you and secretly Ambrose as her sort of childhood heroes watching cricket with her dad at a period of time when West Indies did much better than they do currently. Well watched by Roach, 338 for 7. What is he thinking? What are they thinking in terms of where this next wicket is coming from? Pull way in front of square, very confident from Justin Greaves. It's a shot that has brought him a lot of runs recently. No one moved.
It seems as if the fielder at deep back of square missed it as well. He didn't move at all. Attempted bouncer from Taskin. Didn't get high enough. Well controlled by Justin Greaves. You can see him just rolling the wrist, keeping it down. Hit well, perfect timing. And that's a man in form.
Yeah, and he's playing ball on merit. He's not premeditating anything. If it's short, he plays that shot. If it's a good delivery, he respects it. He's running hard between the wicket. He's looking to take over the strike. There's a change in field. A fielder from slip comes into that mid-wicket region. Joy, the fielder. You put on your captaincy hat, Cuddy. In this situation in the field, what can Bangladesh potentially do to bring about a wicket?
Well, first, they've been out in the field long enough to assess the wicket, what's happening. And I mean, I haven't seen anybody try to do like a variation, a slow ball. I know it's test cricket, but sometimes you got to think about these things, especially when you bowl into the lower half. The minute they see the ball lobbing up a little bit, they want to have a go at it. So maybe to Kimar Roach, to change the pace, try something different. You got to use your variations.
And maybe some more of those more aggressive deliveries from Taskin. The one that was pulled for 4, just a level off at a comfortable height for Justin Greaves. So that time higher, ducked under it.
I know with the feel he's got, there's nothing wrong with trying that. There was a good effort bouncer in that one, and he's got 2-man plays for the hook. And if it miscued, he's got a mid-wicket in, a short mid-wicket in as well. So not bad thinking.
Yeah, followed up the short delivery with a fuller one. Typical fast bowler's plan. Just a muffled appeal. Height, the issue more than anything else. Just short of the fielder. Threw the shot a little bit too early, Justin Greaves.
Well, you can see that one from the release, the scramble seam again, which normally takes pace off it. And that's what I was talking about. You got to use up your variation as best as you can. I think with the scramble seam from Taskin, it's not going to come through as quick as your normal delivery. And Justin Greaves just going through the shot a little bit too early. You'd like to see more of that being bowled to someone like a Kimar Roach as well.
Good delivery because it's a dot. Means Roach will be on strike for the start of the next over. 342 for 7. Skipper continues. Leg slip, silly mid on, regulation slip, round the wicket. Generally operated in that mid-80s, Mehdi Hassan, during the course of this match. Could afford to be a little bit slower for someone like Kimar Roach. Toss it up a bit more. And ask him to take on the fielders in the deep. What he has is a short mid-wicket. And he has a long on and a deep square leg. So he can afford to flight it a little bit more. Because he has those protections. Huge shout. Maybe doing too much. And they sneak a single. He might still be thinking about the review, but whilst that thought was taking place, he got off strike.
Good cricket by West Indies. Seize the opportunity to take a single. But I would agree with you. I'd have liked to have seen Mehdi give it a little bit more flight. Tempt him to hit into the wind. Definitely would have been missing. Pitched on, but turning. So quite rightly not going for the review. And that's just my opinion.
Hawkeye might just confirm that shortly. So the silly mid-on comes a little bit squarer, and the leg slip goes to deep backward square for Greaves.
Good ball, good ball.
Easy single. Have a closer look at that LBW appeal. Pitching in line, turning, and doing a little bit too much. If they got the umpire to raise his hand, it would have remained out. But because he said not out, even if they reviewed, it would not have been reversed. So close. And importantly, they would not have lost the review. Yeah, Roach isn't going to take on that type of delivery with the field he has. 344 for 7. Really trying conditions out there for the fast bowlers in particular. Taskin continues. Another stifle appeal going down the leg.
Yeah, going with the angle from Taskin. Probably height as well. But I was a little bit surprised that the previous over, Mirage Mehedi did not go up for it, but as we can see here, going down and height. So no need to question it.
What a delivery. A brute of a delivery, really. Had to play because of the line and just straightening enough to beat the outside edge.
That's what fast bowlers like to see. That's a beauty. Good wrist control and just pitching and moving away, end up missing it a long way. Those are the balls you don't want to swing that much if you're trying to get the outside edge.
Yeah, and that's something that you did with exceptional levels of success, Scotty, over the wicket, angling in to the right-handers, and then the ball just straightening. And because of your release point and your action, batters felt as though they needed to play those deliveries, but then it was just able to hold the line and they got nicked off. But we're still seeing something in the surface in terms of assistance for the fast bowlers. Ever so often, something happens.
Yeah, because it's still doing a little bit, and even with the bouncers, when the effort is put in it, it has good carry still. So good signs.
Yeah, you saw what he was trying to do there. He was trying to catch him off guard with a full fast one, just off target. So it's a good little contest here between Taskin and the batters.
Yeah, that was the attempted Yorker. You could see from his release point as well. He wanted it to go fuller, but just dragged it down the leg side. So execution wasn't spot on, but the intent was good.
Now, this is something that our colleague Ata Ali Khan was talking about. I suppose all test match, the level of consistency for a long period of time. You don't want to just do this for a couple overs or so. You want to do this for an entire hour's play. Each bowler from either end backing up the other. You mentioned it earlier, Cuddy, in terms of partnerships with the ball. Something that we don't often speak about, bowling partnerships. So this has been a good over. Full face of the bat. Couple runs. 346 for 7 now. Just some taping to the finger for the skipper. Really hot and humid out in the middle. I can tell because even in the air conditioned box in which we're at, we're sweating. There's a nice breeze blowing across the stadium, which will provide some level of respite for the players. Mahedi continues. Yeah, maybe get someone else in that silly mid-off position and get that long on to mid-on and force Kemar Roach to hit over the top. He's not going to try anything given the feel that they have. He's that type of player. He understands his role. So maybe get that fielder in and toss it up and ask him to play a big shot. It's all too easy now for Kemar. And another fielder in the offside, close up in his eye line.
I agree with you, Samuel. You need someone in front of him. He will comfortable just doing that all day. He knows his role. It's to support Justin Greaves. He's not going to take any unnecessary risks unless you force him to by either tossing it up or bringing him under pressure.
Let's change the angle. He's over the wicket now. All-out attack on someone like Kemar Roach should be the way to go. Wants a couple, gets a couple. Kemar Roach.
Just noticed Sheriff Fuller running for that one. Looked a little bit gingerly. I hope he hasn't started with carrying an injury because he has only bowled 2 overs so far today, which seems pretty strange. Here he is on our screen.
Takes the single to retain the strike for the next over. 349 now for 7. Yeah, not dissimilar today from what we saw yesterday. A couple wickets in session 1, 1 wicket in session 2, and 2 in session 3. That's day 1. Should be at least a couple. Running away from the fielder and good running from the batters. They get 3. So today we saw 2 wickets in session 1. Haven't seen any in session 2 just yet. But it's been increasingly better for batting. Historically, day 1 has been challenging here in Antigua. Days 2, 3, and 4 very good for batting.
And it's good. Roach is off strike again. Greaves really batting well.
And for those of you who may be following the domestic list A competition here in the West Indies, today is the grand finale. Jamaica Scorpions up against the Barbados Pride. That game being played at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Trinidad. The battle for regional supremacy. Have a new champion this year, defending champions Trinidad and Tobago, displeased. deconstruct this for us, Scotty?
Well, this is Taskin previous over. Beautiful. That's a beauty. Just hitting the right areas. Good bouncer. Attempted Yorker. Nothing is wrong with that. Just the execution. But he's forcing the batsman to play at every delivery in that over. And that's what you want to get done. The trajectory was very good.
And you can see the perspiration on his face, Taskin Ahmed. He's toiled tirelessly, putting in the hard yards. A good shift for Bangladesh. Got the initial breakthroughs for them yesterday morning. Nothing since then. Yep, you can see it's exhausting, grueling.
But he's trying. He's still trying. He's running in. I think, again, another attempted York on the last delivery. This time he got the execution right.
Fourth over in this spell post lunch on day 2 for Taskin. And I'll be thinking of another option from this end, Mehdi, after this one. Possibly Shariful. We've only seen him for a couple overs today. Very good from Greaves. He was on the run when he played the shot to retain the strike. 353 for 7. Can't find a way through just yet. Mehdi and Bangladesh. These two have been resolute. Leading edge takes the single off strike. Maybe just try to turn it and close the blade too early. Yeah, just turning that face of the bat before the ball made contact. Yeah, what has stood out in this partnership, Cuddy, and has been quite noteworthy. Partnership with 93 now, 15 doubles, 15 twos. I use the word doubles. Sometimes people might think about food in this part of the world, in Trinidad in particular. So 15 twos and 4 threes. So the running between the wickets has been good, and that commitment to rotating the strike and to keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
Just now when you said doubles, I was going to be happy. I thought you had some in your bag you brought from Trinidad, Samuel. I mean, it's a favorite little thing of mine, but you didn't bring me up any. But yeah, that shows that they're good running between the wicket. They have been very sort of on the ball, not afraid of taking the singles and rotating the strike. And running pretty hard between the wicket as well. So it's good to see. A very, very valuable partnership of 9-3. Dominated by Greaves, but well supported by Kim and Roach.
Gets a single. I still think that he should be looking to flight it a little bit more for Kema Roach and to tempt him to play a big shot. "100 deliveries now he's faced, Kema Roach. Very good effort. Just showing what's possible on the surface.
Okay.
356 for 7.
Taskin Ahmed. They get back for 2 easily, a feature of the partnership, and the intensity of running from Justin Greaves in tandem with Kema Roach. Placement superb. Taskin has bowled well in this spell again. He's toiled bravely. Might be coming towards the end of a spell if nothing happens in this over for him. Sir Curtly Ambrose, hello and good afternoon to you. Justin Greaves has gone well.
Is going really well. He is in tremendous form.
Every so often, Taskin has got the set batter to probe in that 4th stump, 5th stump line and just grasp the thin air.
Beautifully bold delivery. Justin Greaves had to play. Just like I alluded this morning at the toss base, well, not a toss, at the pitch report, that there still is something in this surface for the seamers and spinners alike. It's by no means the quickest surface we've seen, but there is something for the bowlers. And if the batters apply themselves, they can score runs. As we've seen here with Roach and Greaves, is a good cricket surface.
Yeah, that leads me to thinking about the West Indies fast bowlers, particularly Alzari Joseph, who had a poor tour of England. By his own standards, went at over 6 runs and over across the series. Hasn't played Test cricket until now, since that tour. Coming off a lot of white ball cricket, how will he acquit himself to the red ball once again? Jaden Seals had a wonderful tour of England and series against South Africa. Can he get the ball to swing? Because he struggled to get the white ball to swing. He's caused problems. He's asked questions, Taskin Ahmed. Each way movement.
That particular delivery, just sliding down the leg side. This was a couple of deliveries ago. The one that Justin Greaves played at and missed. Well, tell me about that, Bish.
Indicative of a little feather through to the keeper 3 balls ago. I think Taskin might have seen it on the big screen, just a feather. Wasn't a big scraggle of the sensor line on our ball tracking. He didn't hear anything, I think he's indicating there. Neither did the keeper.
He certainly would have deserved that wicket. He has bowled well. No reaction from the keeper or anyone for that matter, which tells us it was so thin that no one heard anything. There's a spike right there.
.360 for 7. Well, you had the opportunity, Taskin, to appeal and review. Sometimes the game can be unfair. Taskin Ahmed has bowled a wonderful spell. Perhaps has come to the end of that spell now.
Yes, I reckon he should take a break. Just looking at him walking away, you can see he has really toiled hard, put in the yards. Already bowled a lot of overs, 25 of them. Certainly deserve a break. These wickets were from yesterday. Craig Brathwaite, the skipper, leg before, and then Tracy Carty chipped to short mid-wicket. And look at the celebration. Nothing for him since then, but it's not from the lack of effort. He's really tried, gone past the outside edge quite a bit. He was just saying, oh, should have had that. But no one appealed.
Finally now they've put the silly point in. Taken out the leg slip and put the silly point in. Create an atmosphere of claustrophobia around Kemar Roach and try to force him to play a false shot. Oh, Mehidy Hassan, you should not. That single anyway is instructive in that it's brought up a 100-run partnership between Greaves and Kemar Roach. Great credit to Kemar for his stickability and his character, and once again setting the tone for the rest of those in the dressing room, not to mention Greaves and his studiousness of his knock.
Not really surprised. We know Kemar Roach is very good at that. He can occupy the crease for long periods of time, and he will score runs as well.
square leg, eh? Shaba Miraj, good, good. Bowling, এইটা ভালো, এই পেসটা ভালো। বলে বলতেছে।
Justin Greaves, which, as we all know, is in tremendous form, coming out of that Super 50 tournament. 400 runs, 3 centuries in succession. Has never been done before in regional Super 50 competition. Other players have scored 3 centuries, but not in succession. So he's really high on confidence coming into this test match. And he's certainly making a statement.
Take that a step further. He's come off a diet of white ball cricket, and yet he's batting in the test match with great diligence and patience. Only 3 boundaries. So form is one thing, but the mindset of knowing it's a test match, there's time. Not infinitely, but more time than in white ball cricket. Three, 6-1 for 7. Hundred-run partnership between Greaves and Roach. Only Afanase and Louis have a larger partnership in the innings. Highest 8th wicket partnership at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium is 103 between Craig Brathwaite and Rakeem Jimbo Cornwall against Sri Lanka back in 2021. Taskin's getting another one.
Probably he's encouraged by that faint edge of Justin Greaves, where they didn't appeal. Probably figured I'd give the skipper one more. Hopefully he could break this wonderful partnership. He's also looking a little bit tired, which is expected. It is extremely hot here at the Sir Vivian Stadium.
What you could do, I'm just throwing this out there if you're Taskin, is use that short ball, which he's bowled effectively. I know it's a long spell. Greaves has pulled it perhaps more in front of square. You could just have the mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, around to his right a bit. You're still occasionally looking to bowl your channels of off-stump. But have that deep backward square, that mid-wicket, to use occasionally the short ball, only 20% of it so far. The majority of the others on a very good length, and on the occasional Yorker. And if Roach gets back on strike, get the short leg in, get a leg gully in, and give him something to think about. Mahedi has to use more imagination in his field sets to try to create opportunities here. He hasn't done it often enough and quick enough.
The question is, does Taskin has the energy and maybe could muster some energy to get the shot delivery in? He has bowled a long spell. He's looking a bit tired. And you and I know, Bish, that it takes a lot of energy to bowl a bouncer, especially when you bowl so many overs. He's now into his 26th over. in blazing heat. So that is something Taskin has to consider. Do I have it?
One last burst, and that's why I think the mid-wicket saving one is so instrumental. If it doesn't get up, and he plays the pull and pulls it low, the mid-wicket comes into play, and you still got the deep square leg as protection. I think it's well worth it. I'd go to him if I was a skipper and say, this is your last one. Give me everything you have for 6 deliveries. You've been brilliant. I just need one more drive from you.
Well, I understand and take your point, Bish, but just looking at him, I don't think he has it at this point.
Wonder if it might have been a little pace off. Genuine seam up, a little bit of leg cut there as well.
You can never fault his effort. He has been brilliant throughout. He's got one delivery left in this over, and I reckon this would be curtains for him. Take his cap, take his sweater, go into the outfield and relax. He's certainly earned it.
.363 for 7. Yeah, that should be his final over of that spell. I wonder who takes over, whether they go to Taijul Islam or Shoriful from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Meanwhile, Justin Greaves sold his on to 80.
They'll probably go back to Shoriful. He's only had 15 overs so far. All the others are in the 20s. Taijul already bowled 30, so probably Shoriful may get a stint. Roach, as we've seen time and time again, can stick around. His contribution so far is 28. 28 valuable runs as well. But more importantly, the support that he's given Justin Greaves.
Coming guys.
Round the wicket.
Balling Mirage, keep going.
3-6, 4 for 7.
বাইরে যা একটা বাইরে লাগবে ফাইন লেগ যাও ফাইন লেগ ভাই শ্রী লাগবে না ভাই বেলো প্লিজ থ্যাংক ইউ
No wickets yet in this second session here on day 2. If you just joined us, 2 wickets, that of De Silva and Alzari Joseph in the first hour of the morning session. Nothing since for Bangladesh. Taijul Islam takes over from Taskin Ahmed.
घूम जा ओ ताजुल भाई खान ताजुल भाई
The one word of advice listening to Alec Afanes talk to Nikhil this morning, listening to Mikhail Louis after the day's play yesterday, both being dismissed on 90 and 97, both saying, well, certainly Alec, that he has more time in test matches than one thinks. Looking at Greaves here and looking at Roach, there are many ways you can go to 100. You have guys who quite often, Verinder Sehwag, and many of us who would go to their hundreds with a boundary trying to get through the 90s. The other option is to break it down, take your mind off the milestone if young players are listening. At a stage yesterday evening where I think when Mikhail went, it was about 10 overs to go in the day's play. Take your mind off of your individual milestone and say, what does the team require? The team requires me to bat to the end of a day's play. If I do that, in the process, I will get my individual landmark. Similarly for Alec Afanes, dismissed with 8 overs to go in the day's play. So to release that pressure on yourself, we can talk about it from the outside. What does the team require? It requires me to bat another 8 overs. In the process of doing that, the goal, the individual goal will come. So that's something that they can look forward to in the future. That's another way that you can think about it in that situation. Most deliveries Kemar Roach has ever batted in a single innings in Test cricket now.
It's the first time we've seen Kemar Roach picked up his bat in anger and went for a big shot.
Can play shots. We've talked about a few innings that he's played in the test match game. Still won't get his first boundary of this innings. 112 deliveries faced, what, 370 for 7. Hoping it went for 4 Kemar to notch up his first boundary. Now, gotta run them, son.
Probably could have had an all-run 4, but probably thought it would have gone to the boundary. But it didn't hit it well enough.
Just short, just short. That's sometimes what a silly point can do, make you play back when you should be forward. It's just a good length that bounced and spun.
Miraj, coming, number 8 coming. Yalla re. Come Miraj. Right.
Greaves on 83. Has played so well and Roach has kept him great company. 118 deliveries faced by Roach, the most Sir Kirtley has faced in an innings, 112. Blue Waters drinks break.
Windies cricket.com is the official home of cricket West Indies. Keep updated on scores, statistics, player profiles, blogs, and the latest cricket information. So don't forget to check out www.windiescricket.com. If you'd like to interact with the Windies fans, these social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube.
.370 for 7, the West Indies. After the first hour of the second session, it has been an excellent showing of focus, diligence, concentration by Justin Greaves and Kemar Roach, but Greaves has had to manage batting with the low order while still finding ways to score. He's gotten great help from Kemar Roach, who's in his 15th year of service for the West Indies. Greaves in his first, Samuel Badri.
Yeah, wonderful balance at the crease, punctuated by a few boundaries, just the 3-4s, but lots of 1s, 2s, and 3s. So his fitness level is something that is quite commendable. A couple wickets for Hassan Mahmood today, and 2 for Taskin yesterday, and 1 each for the spinners.
Yeah, Hassan Mahmood was able to break through early today. First over of the day. Used the scramble seam delivery to take the ball into the silver, and then the one that goes away from the right-hander to get Alzari Joseph. Since then, other than a few half chances created. Right, one of the most coveted events in the Caribbean, Sailing Week. It's a huge festival of sailing that happens every year, big on the Antiguan calendar. Next year, April to May. Make sure you are here. Really is a spectacle to see the skill of sailing. Bring your own boat and come. Thank you for giving us your company now as you wind down your Saturday afternoon. West Indies got an important hour and then a final session in day 2.
Good pace, boy. Good pace, TJ.
Concentration has been a highlight of this partnership. But after a break, required then to invest that concentration and not start from the beginning, but refresh and go again. Samuel Mahedi's first experience as Test captain. What have you made of his leadership in the first 1.5 days?
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? To be in this position because of the injury to Shantu and really thrust into a difficult position. He's accepted it manfully. His 50th test match and given the opportunity to lead his country is something that you will always cherish. Just think though at times he's been too defensive and not creative enough to get wickets. But you don't want to be too critical for someone who's captaining for the very first time. It's a learning opportunity for him, and he'll become better because of this experience. But certainly for someone like him, Roach, I'd expect him to be a little bit more attacking quite earlier in the innings.
Whoa! Beautiful, TJ. পেসটা ভালো আছে, পেসটা ভালো আছে, এই পেসটাই হবে।
And this is the end where he would prefer Tijol with that wind drifting the ball into the right-hander, and then if he gets some turn like he did there, almost unplayable.
Yeah, TJ.
3-7-1 for 7. All right, that's not a very good sign. The good thing though is that it's been quite sunny all day and not seeing too much concern in the east. The wind is also quite high. The rain has just come out of nowhere.
Always more difficult for the batters than the bowlers after an interruption. It's a few minutes that delay was.
A number of times the ball has come off the outside edge of Kemar Roach and not gone to hand, and that's been because he's played with soft hands pretty much for the majority of this innings today.
And again, the running between the wickets, folks. They got 3 runs there. And it really speaks to the fitness level of someone like Justin Greaves. You just saw in that interview where he scored those 3 centuries, one of which 151. The highest listed score for any batter from the Leeward Islands. And he did a lot of running in the field, a couple of those innings in the second innings after he fielded all 50 overs. So his fitness level is undeniable. And it seems as though he's switched on here. Two other batters before him weren't able to convert.
গুড বোলিং এই জায়গাটা ভালো এই জায়গাটা ভালো রান করলে ওইদিকে করুক এটা ভালো
Modern game where we talk so much about how much Test cricket even has evolved and boundary scoring has come into the game. 236 balls this partnership. 2 boundaries. Resting, running between the wickets. Bit less turn for the spinners today. West Indies will be hoping that continues to decrease when they have the ball in hand. That could have been another half a chance. Slightly quicker from Mahedi, 89 kilometers per hour. One of the fastest of the over, 376 for 7.
Last ball of the previous over. Good piece on it. Thick edge. Could have gone anywhere. Fell safely. So Justin Greaves survives.
ভালো খুব ভালো গুড ভেরি গুড হাসান তাই তো ভ্যালু বাইরে যাবে এগুলো করলেই ভ্যালু বাড়বে আবার কই যাব এখানে থাক আইয়ো নামছে নামছে good going guys good going guys
Encouraging signs for the spin bowlers. A couple keeping low, a couple spinning.
Sip, sip. চার হবে না মুরাদ
Really nicely played for another 2. And, well, Greaves will get the majority of focus in this partnership. I saw something on social media, Sam, before coming on commentary. And someone said 15 years of tireless service to West Indies cricket. And obviously, Roach that they're speaking of, for his bowling is one thing. But this is the first time in his career he's been involved in a 100-plus run partnership. Previous best was 99 with Darren Bravo in Australia 2015. But also, across his career, 13 times he's been involved in a partnership that has been 50 or more. And he's batted 9, 10, sometimes 11 for the majority of his test playing time. Just imagine for teams who do all that hard work to get the top order out, think, yeah, we can wrap it up. When he came in today, 261 for 7. And he just grinds and grinds, slowly supports from the other end, sustains pressure, and puts his team into a much more commanding position like the West Indies are in now. Hard to describe an effort like that. Have to hurry as well, even with a direct hit.
I like that boy Shabash Taskin
379 for 7.
I knew it was the last ball of the over. We mentioned before his running between the wickets, so it's something that stands out for Justin Greaves.
Great determination from Greaves. End of the last over to make sure he retains the strike. As much as he's trusted Roach, will still want to face a majority of deliveries.
And this is what you want as a player, this type of performance early in the infancy of your career. Just his third test match, and moves into the 90s now. There is that realization, like the others who spoke earlier, someone like Michael Louis, that you can perform at this level.
In that interview we just showed in the rain interval, he echoed Bish's sentiments where his suggestion was take your mind off the milestone. But as a non-player, Sam, what I'm thinking about is that must be easier said than done, because it's not like at school where you play and you don't know how much you're on. You're seeing it all around you, 90, 90, 90. Must be one. And Alec Athene said this morning he's usually very nervous in the 90s, which is why he feels he should attack. So I can only imagine how much mental fortitude it takes for someone to ignore that milestone and the thought of it like Greaves has done previously.
Yeah, last night I was looking at a list of players who were dismissed in the 90s in Test match cricket. Some very famous names up there. Sachin Tendulkar 10 times in the 90s, and quite a few others 6, 7, 8, 9 times. So it is something that plays on your mind. So make no mistake about it. You're right, it's easier said than done. You want to park that aside and just continue to do what you've been doing all along. But the moment you reach in that phase of the innings, when you get into that 90s, something happens mentally more than anything else. And you start thinking about the milestone.
Second slip employed just now for Roach, and people will question the shot selection, but at the end of the day it boils down to nerves, because guys want to do well. There's a desire to want to be at your best, and that's why they get nervous, and you get nervous in the 90s. Easily forgotten sometimes. 3-8-2 for 7.
Coming guys, number 8.
Litton Das trying to will his team to wicket 8.
Sometimes you
need that in these periods. And just thinking from a Bangladesh perspective, I know we touched on it earlier today, but similar to what they tried to do with Taskin, having deep field on square, behind square for Greaves, trying to get him with that short ball. It's potentially one of the things that they'll add to their bowling attack in the second test match at Sabina Park if Nahid Rana comes in, where sometimes that extra pace option can just be off-putting or rattle a batter who's been there for a while. Wonder if another option is Shoriful, who we've been told has no injuries or no concerns. He's only bowled the 2 overs for the day. But with that angle bringing the ball naturally into Greaves, maybe he can test him on the body like they were trying to do a few overs previously.
And just going back to that point about being in the 90s, we've spoken ad infinitum about him scoring 300s consecutively recently. So he's been in this position in the recent past on 3 occasions, and he's managed to cross that final hurdle. Just one first-class century for him, though, in his career. But overall, it has been a remarkable effort.
Come on, guys. Good going, guys. Uy, Allah! Oof.
Roach really sized that one up.
Asking back.
Greaves' heart would have been in his hand watching that.
Very good.
He'll
very
get
good.
2 and Greaves will get the strike for the next over. 3-8-5 for 7.
Bhalo bhai, खूब bhalo bhai, anytime, anytime. এটা আছে 42 মিনিট হ্যাঁ
Spin still continuing. Right, Samuel, how do you describe this?
Ambitious. On the stumps, he's lucky that he got some bat on it. His highest test match score is 41, Kemar Roach. He's on 37. So it's around this time where he sort of loses concentration. He's done, as we've been saying before, a splendid job in this partnership. But he'll want to be there with his countryman, Justin Greaves. If he's able to get over the line, would be a memorable moment.
And from a mentorship perspective, Roach has played a significant factor in Justin Greaves and his development. Opened the bowling together for a couple of seasons for Barbados. That was 8 years ago. So for Greaves now to be 30 and Roach not close to finish, but anticipate coming to the end of his career maybe in the next few years. It's really a full circle moment that the two now spend time at the crease together. And you saw when they got to the 100-run partnership mark, big hug, big smiles. There's that relationship.
yeah mire
And that's why it's even more important for Roach to be there until he gets to that milestone. Because if he gets dismissed now, it just changes things from a mental standpoint for Justin Greaves.
ayyo miraj
And you just want him to focus on the job at hand.
good going guys we are
Lots
good
of things
going,
can
guys.
come into your mind if a wicket falls here. Does he trust the other batter? How does he go about getting those
Guys, very good guys
next 8 runs? So
उधर खेलते जाओ
been doing a good job, Kemar. Just continue in that same vein.
Eddie was the only one who was excited. And may have hit Jakar Ali on the shoulder. Mahedi sent it upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on, please? Ball is close to the bat. Need to confirm through ultras, please. Yes, keep rolling, keep rolling. That's nice and slow. Yeah, flat line on ball passing the bat, and there is a gap between bat and ball as well. Satisfied, no bat in ball. Go for ball tracking when ready. Original decision not out. Pitching outside off, impact outside. Stay with your original decision, Kumar. Stand by. You're on screen, please signal. Thank you.
That's why Mahedi was the only one. Stand his optimism. Bangladesh are down to one review because there was not umpire's call and it was clearly outside the line of off stump. Just something to tease the nerves of Greaves, though.
Not allowed only drinks. Not allowed only drinks.
Yeah, the physio is coming on the field just to have a look at Jake Ali. So there'll be a pause in play, which will accentuate perhaps the nervousness and anxiousness of Justin Greaves. It's been a long day, long hard toil for Bangladesh. A couple wickets early in the day's play. Not much thereafter. This partnership, lower order runs, something that they've experienced in the past. Difficulties in finishing off the innings. 124 of 261 deliveries. Kemar Roach, most balls faced in an innings in Test match cricket.
Gets another single to retain the strike. 3-8-6 for 7. Hundred runs conceded for Taijul Islam in 34 overs.
Bowling TJ. No, মারবো না। প্রথম 100 না। আইয়ো! দুইয়ের বেশি দিস না।
95 for Greaves, partnership up to 127. Amazing thing about this wagon wheel is only 2 boundaries and 18 twos, along with 7 threes. A lot of runs behind square. Roach off the edge, educated edge. Greaves has done well to just work the ball into areas where there are vacancies, and that's because Bangladesh continue to try to attack. So they've got players all around the bat.
Yeah, that last over, just wondering about the line of this delivery. Just outside of stump, he's generally been on a tighter line, a wicket-to-wicket line, and it's been relatively easy for the batters. I just wonder if he can go a little bit wider, Mehdi, that is, to these right-handers, change his feel a little bit to give him protection offside, and spin the ball from outside off back into the stumps. What he's been doing is a leg side field, starting straight and going further down. So maybe a change in the line of attack is something he can consider.
Really have tried everything against Kemar Roach. Couple of guys in front of the bat. Now no one is there. They've got a catching field that slip close in with a helmet on. Your orthodox slip. Won't get 2, so Roach retains the strike. 390 for 7. 10 overs since lunch for Mahedi. I wonder if that LBW shout in the last over excited him and probably played a factor in him continuing. They've done well to be more disciplined, Bangladesh, but haven't gotten the wicket that they desire.
Roach will be called into action at some point in this test match with the ball. That's his primary responsibility. Most successful bowler at this venue, 50 wickets in test match cricket, comfortably ahead of everyone else. So it's a venue that has brought him a lot of success with ball.
Now, people will say this is attacking, but it's really smart. Looking at the field, it's a first boundary for Kemar Roach. He has had to work so hard for it.
Yeah, and what's really good about this particular shot is that he was aiming straight. We've seen him previously hoiking across the line of the delivery, going leg side. Keeps his shape and targets the side screen.
Highest test score now for Roach. .394 for 7. Now moving to 42, Kemar Roach. His highest score, and he can also be quite attacking as well. 38 off 31 here back in 2019 against India. But today it's been about patience, about fortitude, resolve. And Mahedi's seen enough in terms of his spin, so he goes to Hassan Mahmood, who was the chief destroyer early this morning from this end. Bowling that 4-over spell, 2 for 14. He's had a long rest and he's back. I can't believe, Sam, that not once has he thought Greaves in 175 deliveries to be tempted enough to take on one of the areas that maybe through long on where there's not really been a fielder or cover. He's just been very controlled in the way he scored his runs and happy to do it, grinding with running between the wickets. Yeah, look at his spells. He's worked hard, Mahmood, over the 2 days.
This is test match cricket, Nikhil. Test match batting at its best from Justin Greaves.
He'll want two. Just be one. He's hit it well enough.
You hear batters talk about a target of facing 200 deliveries in an innings in red ball cricket. To get to 100, he's on 176, so not too far off. It's been an exhibition from him. And more so batting with the lower order, in this case someone like Kemar Roach, who's proven to be a useful ally. Test match cricket at its best.
Great dexterity on show. It's been a feature of Kemar Roach's knock throughout the day. And second boundary now for him.
Yeah, we saw this from Mahmood in his earlier spell where he drifts down the leg side. Score moves on to 399. Not too often West Indies get to 400 in their first innings, so it's been a wonderful batting display in totality.
.400 coming up for the West Indies. They'll think back to Nottingham where they got 457 against England. Different team, different conditions, but from 261 for 7 to get to 400 for the same 7, they'll be extremely pleased with the effort from their Lord, led by Justin Greaves.
They need to find another 0 for that manual scoreboard. Digitally though, it's all good. Just hear my colleague in the background saying that 40 for 7 is what he's looking at, so you can figure out who that is with the West Indies batting. But it's no such luck at Ali Khan. It's 400 for 7.
Greaves threw away. He nailed that last cover drive, but straight to the fielder. Surely his heart will be pumping. No matter what he says, there will be some degree of nerves. .400 for 7.
Bye.
47 to Kemar Roach.
Oh, yeah. Taxi.
This has been an outstanding partnership. Restoration after the loss of 2 quick wickets this morning on 253 and 261. Joshua Da Silva and Alzari Joseph going in quick succession. But since then, 139, 245 minutes. These two have been together at the crease. Hatter Ali Khan, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Bish. Good afternoon, all. Not a great afternoon for Bangladesh, but certainly a very good one for West Indies. What a partnership. What a partnership. To be able to go and do that for such a long time, you got to take your hats off for both the batters.
Concentration of the umpires too very critical. Bangladesh will feel weary being in the field for 133.4 overs, but the umpires are on it for every delivery of the test match.
Bangladesh batters will be looking at, especially at this partnership, the way they batted, handled themselves when they got in, losing 2 early wickets today.
Beauty, TJ, beauty.
400 for 7.
.47 and 97. I suppose just for today you'd say the 2 all-rounders in the West Indies lineup, Kemar Roach and certainly Justin Greaves.
I mean, we've heard the commentators is speaking about Shoriful Islam. We also discussed Shoriful Islam. Just wonder why he has not bowled more than 2 overs. Remember, this partnership continued for 287 deliveries. And in that time, he's bowled only 2 overs to this pair. Lovely shot. Misfield allow the batter to cross over for a single.
How much has Justin Greaves used what has gone on before him with the 97 and the 90 as a teaching moment, a learning moment? He has much more experience and has played more cricket and certainly than Mackay Louis and Alec Afanese. Certainly domestically. He's knocked him over. A 3rd wicket and a 3rd in the day for Hassan Mahmood. Quite a beautiful delivery to end a forthright and determined knock by Kemar Roach.
Peach of a delivery to break this all-important partnership. He picked up 2 early wickets, but had to wait a long time. And it finally comes in this fashion. Has come back sharply and knocks the bails on top of the stumps. Lovely delivery. But what a knock from Kemar Roach. Gone for 47, 401 for 8.
A little bit surprised that Jaden Seals comes in ahead of Shamar Joseph. potential 3 deliveries to negotiate. They're filling up the slip cordon. Top of middle, that is a superb delivery. That's what the coaches talk about, top of off. Top of middle isn't bad.
The non-striker is the third batter in this innings to go across 90s, the nervous 90s. A lovely delivery, peach of a delivery. And it cuts him in half. Look at that sharp change of direction after it pitches.
He saw the scramble seam or the wobble seam there as well. You've seen so often, as we saw with the Alzari Joseph dismissal, Hassan Mahmood keep the seam upright and swing it away, change in the seam position and the grip, and it hits the scrambled seam and nips back. No disgrace in that, Kemar Roach. A superb effort with the bat. Your teammates owe you a meal or two. .401 for it. It's a good length delivery. That's the key thing. And if it hadn't deviated, would probably have gone past the outside edge or brushed the outside edge. Good effort behind the stumps after they've been disturbed. .97 to 98, and now Justin Greaves 2 away from 100. It is the realization of a childhood dream and a triumphant return to Test match cricket after a 10-month absence for Justin Greaves. His maiden 100 in Test match cricket after 43 domestic first-class matches. This is a sweet moment in the life and career of a 30-year-old.
Mikhail Louis, beg your pardon. Alec Athanze missed out because there were an opportunity to convert that to a triple figure mark. But it was up to Greaves, Justin Greaves, to be able to get into the 90s, and finally with that lovely looking cover drive for a boundary, gets his maiden Test 100.
Now starting to be a little more expansive. Man who has plied his trade for the Empire Cricket Club in Barbados, the home of Sir Frank Worrell, Sir Everton Weekes, Carlisle Best, Seymour Nurse, Herman and Charlie Griffith. They will be celebrating as much as Shamar Joseph, Mikhail Louis, Tevin Imlach, the entire coaching staff and captain and team.
TJ, brilliant.
That is a childhood dream realized, and a teaching moment for a couple of young players sitting in the dugout and the dressing room. And I hear what my colleagues have said about nervousness, but the really disciplined players really disciplined, and I count Justin Graves with his experience in that would have said, if I bat to T, my landmark will come. No nervous 90s for me. Take the landmark out of the equation and do what the team requires. And on the way to that journey, on the way of that journey, I will get what I want as well. That is leadership. That is being an exemplar.
Wow. 313 minutes in the crease. That's why they say bat time, because there's so much time. A lovely delivery, sharp turn. And if you bat time, you can get to a triple figure mark. 4 or 8 for 8.
Just before that ball was bowled to him, Justin Graves shouted from the non-strikers and one delivery left, and Jaden Seal said, yeah, man. Such a great moment for a guy. I thought, and I'll say it now, I thought it was a hard decision to leave Justin Graves out of the team that went to England, and I said that publicly. Jason Holder came back, he was out. I thought in Australia, with the ball, 3 wickets, he was efficient. His catching and fielding in Australia, his leadership, didn't get as many runs with the bat, top score of 33. But I thought English conditions would have been ideal for him, but he had to battle with that Jason Holder return, who wasn't in Australia. Nice little change of pace there. And get back for 2. I wonder if it was a more accurate throw, what the outcome might have been.
That's why it's even more important for someone like, oh, direct hit. He was short, wasn't he? Yeah, spot on, Bish. Yeah, better throw, would have had the better of the batter coming back for the second run. Was Justin Graves. Yeah, just going back to the point that you just rightly pointed out in terms of, there you go one more time, he was struggling, the throw was wide to the right. Had it been a bit straighter, he would be struggling there. Right, if Jason Holder was available for selection, he might not have got this opportunity. Nicely played. And that's why I feel that when a player gets an opportunity, you've got to go and grab it with both hands. Remember, he came to crease at batting at number 6. 228 for 5 at one stage. But he never budged from that mindset that he showed throughout the innings, to be able to be very patient in terms of looking to score runs, because he knew there was something happening for the bowlers. So he defended. He started to defend good ones and started to leave ones to the keeper, but he was also quite keen to rotate strikes. Remember, only 4 fours in his innings of 106. So rotation of strike, the 2s and the singles, you're keen to go and do it on a regular basis. A little bit low bounce on that occasion, but what an innings, what an innings.
thing I like about him as well, and remember this from our journey across the years with Justin, and more so in recent times, even in Australia and post, he'd message, or he'd come up to you if he saw you at the game, or he'd message if you back and ask, is there anything I can do, anything that you notice that I can do better with my bowling, with my batting, so I can improve? His journey through franchise cricket, playing for Barbados initially, to the Windward Islands, to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Windward Islands Volcanoes, in order to fine-tune his skills and keep his career going. He's blossomed nicely through white ball cricket and forced his way and showed that he can transition easily from the white ball format to the red ball format, a triumphant moment. Four 1-5 for 8. You've just tuned in. Justin Greaves has accomplished and achieved his first and maiden Test match 100 on the back of a good domestic season with 3 white ball hundreds in recent weeks. And they've spread the field, in-out field, to protect the boundaries. But they don't mind if Greaves gets one to bowl at Jaden Seals.
Yeah, I think what is important for Justin Greaves now, since he's picked up his maiden Test 100, to be able to continue to do it on a consistent basis. Nobody's going to go and grab 100 in each and every inning that he or she plays. But to be able to get that first Test 100, surely the future looks very bright for someone like Justin Greaves if he can continue to produce innings like this in future on a consistent basis. I think that's exactly what the team management and the selectors look towards the player. One-off innings, and then lot of players just fade away. Zakir Hassan, one of the prime example for Bangladesh, got 100 on debut against India in the second innings, and he hasn't been able to pick up another 100 in the test matches that he's played so far. So very important to understand the value, because you've shown it, you've come out with flying colors. At the same time, you would want to repeat it if you get an opportunity. Same goes for Mahmudul Hassan Joy, 137 in South Africa. Then nothing. 415 for 8.
Sleeper. Oh, left him. আউট করার লাগে না করিতে কারে করে আইডল আইডল আরেকটু যাইতে পারোস
Mehdi Hassan. No silly point, no silly point. Against a new batter, there's a silly mid-on. Why would you not put additional pressure on the number 10, who's 1 off 7?
Being an off spinner to the left-hander, you expect to take the ball away from the left-hander, and that's one of the reasons why bowlers who bowl off spin will have fielder in that position that you're talking about, because going away, even if he connects it, there is absolutely a chance, and if it doesn't, then the inside edge. There you go. Finally, a bit too late.
You can have both. Take your mid-wicket out, have a short leg and a silly point, and if Seals wants to flick against the spin, fine.
At times he has been defensive also, only his first test match. He's a stand-in captain. Maybe he also missed a trick by not giving an opportunity to someone like Shuriful Islam to be in the attack. 313 minutes for Justin Greaves for his 100, and he faces only 2 overs from Shuriful Islam.
Last ball. Short of slip, just short of slip, but a session of play for the loss of 1 wicket that ends with a nick delivery just short of the slip, but a session that will be remembered for the achievement of his maiden test match 100 by Justin Greaves, who found the perfect ally in Kemar Roach.
Gentlemen, that is tea at the
And he will get to the dressing room.
He's in the richest form of his life. Justin Greaves. It was a special moment for him, bringing up his maiden test 100. He played extremely well in the Super 50 and had 3 consecutive hundreds. But as good as they were, this 100, test match 100, is something special. Always important to get your first. There's always only ever one first. After this, you continue counting, but there's only first once. And he played extremely well and is deserving of that 100. Job not done yet though. Needs to carry on.
We'll talk a little bit more about what the job is, what the task is, perhaps what the plan is from a West Indian perspective. Shoreful from round the wicket. There has been some talk about his underutilization on day 2. It's just the 2 overs he's bowled in the day's play. And on a day where a lot of runs were scored, there was a little wonder about whether or not he was fully fit. He seems to be okay.
No ball.
And the no ball called. So he's round the wicket. He's coming from wide of the crease. Let's have a look at the back foot then. Yeah, the first point of contact, he's touching the line. So it's not a front foot no ball, a unique one. Surprised that we haven't seen Shariful for more overs today, secretly.
Very much so. I remember when I was on commentary earlier, along with Ian Bishop, I was saying that there's only about 15 overs. And all the others at the time were well in the 20s in terms of overs. Tajul was in his about 30 over the time. So to me, I was calling out for him. I don't know if it's a fitness issue or what, but I thought he should have been in the attack a lot earlier.
May just see more aggression from Justin Greaves. When you look at this score secretly, what are they thinking? West Indies, that is 450 perhaps, or just bat as long as they can?
There must be some target in mind. Probably that was discussed during the tea break. Yes, one would argue it's the third session of day 2, but at the same time, you want to give your bowlers enough time in this test match to take 20 wickets. So I reckon 450, or maybe give Bangladesh the last hour of today's play. Get them into that tricky 1 hour before close of play and try and make some inroads.
Yeah, I quite suspect that at some stage today, Bangladesh would have an opportunity to bat. Still 34 overs remaining after this one in the day's play, so there's a lot of time left on day 2. Well watched by Seals, 419 for 8.
ঘুরে যা ঘুর আপনি থাকেন বল আপনার কাছেই যাইবো
The skipper from the secretly Ambrose end. Field is spread for Greaves. Wouldn't mind giving him a single and bowling to Jaden Seals. There's a fielder in the deep falls just short of him. He's hitting with the wind leg side, Justin Greaves. But it's a risk with the fielder's position on the boundary.
Not sure he was intended to hit it in that direction. Probably wanted to hit it a little bit straighter. Probably his instructions are to play a little bit more aggressively, try to accumulate as many runs as he can.
I suppose there's a little point that Jaden Seals wants to prove as well, batting ahead of Shamar Joseph. We've seen Shamar Joseph with the bat before. This should bring him a boundary. Very well played from Jaden Seals.
National flag of Antigua and Barbuda flying high. It wasn't that bad a delivery. It wasn't a shot. Jaden Seals just played it well. Gave himself a bit of room. It was a good shot.
Gets a single off the last ball. It seems as though he wants to strike. And Jaden Seals, 4-5 for 8. Two slips in a gully for Shariful Islam for Jaden Seals. He's over the wicket. He wants some bit of protection on the boundary leg side. Might want to utilize the short delivery. One of the slip comes out to short mid wicket to cut the single. And so he wants to keep him on strike. And want to bowl as many deliveries as possible to the number 10. He takes it on. Gets the single, gets off strike. What was your mindset secretly when you were batting with an established batter, someone who was very well set, like Greaves is on a 112 at the moment? What was your main task?
To outscore him. No, it just depends on the situation. If it's called, if the situation is where you got to accelerate, score quick runs, you would want to at least get the set batter on strike as often as possible. Not saying that if scoring opportunities present itself, you're not going to try and cash in. But my mindset would get him on strike as much as possible since he's the one in and going. sticking with the short pitch deliveries to Jaden Seals. It's been a long, hard day for Bangladesh. When they took those 2 wickets very, very early this morning, the first over and then the third over, they probably thought to themselves, okay, we're in with a chance of dismissing the team quickly. That hasn't been the case.
More in optimism than anything else, that appeal. Good delivery though to go through the defenses of someone who's in 113. They're looking for that Yorker on the stumps just offline. Joint highest first class score now for Justin Greaves, 114. He scored versus Jamaica in 2017 in what is his only, well, previous only first class century. We're expecting another short delivery. It's been the plan of attack for Shariful. And it goes for the bluff. Goes full, but Jaden Seals is up to the task. And he hustles back for 3. So again, he retains the strike. Confidence from Seals for 32 for 8. Yeah, just look at those aquamarine waters. Just so inviting. I feel I can go there right now, given the weather conditions that we're facing. "365 beaches." Well, 362 minutes is what Justin Greaves has been occupying the crease for in this innings. Where is this secretly? What part of the island? Seems as though that looks like Jolly Beach, does it? Jolly Harbor? But what a day to be out there. Just a bit of treatment for Justin Greaves. Might be cramping up in his hand. And shot over 300 minutes he's been batting for. And his previous run of form leading into this, he's been spending a lot of time out in the middle. Tremendously fit young man. All right, Mehedi to Jaden Seals. Wrong the wicket, Mehedi. Makes connection. First 6 for Jaden Seals. Wonderful strike. Against the win or not.
Certainly was a good strike. Made his intentions very clear from the time he arrived, from the time he got to the crease.
Catch it, Hassan, आराम से.
In there. Fielder settles, fielder takes the catch. Hassan Mahmood, so looking to repeat a career best score though for Jaden Seals in Test match cricket. Looking to accelerate and to score quickly. This time more height than distance.
He's not a happy man, Jaden Seals. Didn't get the distance this time. Just a few strides back. Took it quite comfortably, even though he fell over in the end. And Mahmood. Jaden Seals is gone. For 18, 438 for 9.
Shamar Joseph, last man in for the West Indies. Top score of 36. And that was in his debut innings. He too can give it a smack. What's needed though? What's the thinking? What's the plan? What's the target? Now, this is the reason why he's here. 6 of the previous delivery looking to repeat. A good tumbling catch.
Oh yeah!
290s, 97 and 90 for Louis and Anthony's. Greaves converted.
Catch it, Hassan, आराम से.
In the air, just wide of the fielder, gets a single, takes the strike. Greaves doesn't mind not being on strike. 439 for 9. Yeah, Greaves just shaking that left hand of his where he has been experiencing some cramps. Shariful continues. Good fielding restricts them to just 1. How does Greaves play this now secretly?
It just depends on what the instructions are. Go on the attack. Try to get as many as possible. Or just play normal. Obviously, Jaden Seals, who was just dismissed, was on the aggressive side. I reckon that was his instructions. Shariful bowling his left arm seamers from around the wicket. He was no balled in his previous over, not for overstepping, but for stepping on that return crease.
That's in there. Does it fall safely? It does. Fortune favors the Greaves.
Looking to hit it through the onside.
That was hit with some ferocity. He really puts everything into it. Shamar Joseph, powerfully drilled.
No, not much pace in the surface. Advanced down the track. Sharifil saw him coming, dropped it short, but it just stood up and was smacked hard by Shamar Joseph.
Well, quick runs, that's the plan. Clear intent from the West Indian batters now. 205 is the joint most balls faced in a first-class innings by Justin Greaves. So lots of firsts in this first innings for the West Indies. Anticlimactic end. Dot 10, 4-4, 6 for 9. Yeah, reflecting on that dismissal from off Jaden Seals. That one is the one that was struck for 6. And then slightly fuller from Mehdi bringing about the wicket. A little bit more bounce perhaps. This should be a boundary. So very good batting from Shamar Joseph.
And that boundary brings up the 450 for the West Indies. And immediately, a change in the field. Good use of the feet. Got to the pitch and hit it away.
Well, that's the declaration, it seems. So they got to 450. That was their target. And as soon as they got there, they've been called out. What a remarkable performance, though, from Justin Greaves, being hugged by Shamar Joseph. Yes, you can smile, Justin. This will live in your memory and in the memory of many others for a long, long time. Raise that bat, soak in this moment. It is something to savor. First test match done in only his third test.